Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Night Story, and welcome to tonight's journey toward peaceful sleep. If you're enjoying this content, I would be so grateful if you could take a moment to like this video. I'd also love to hear from you. Please feel free to share in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is there. Your kind support truly helps me continue creating these relaxing experiences for you. Now, please make yourself comfortable as we gently begin tonight's journey to restful sleep. I should have heeded the warnings that afternoon when the local ranger station mentioned the recent disappearances. 3 hikers in the past month, all experienced outdoorsmen who knew these mountains like the backs of their weathered hands. But I dismissed their concerns with the arrogance of someone who'd spent countless nights in the wilderness without incident. The Gallatin National Forest had been my refuge for over 15 years, a place where I could escape the suffocating routine of my office job and reconnect with something primal and pure. The truck groaned under the weight of my gear as I navigated the winding mountain roads that October evening in 2020. Beside me, Zeus, my loyal German Shepherd mix, sat alert and excited, his dark ears pricked forward as he watched the landscape change from rolling hills to dense forest. The radio had been crackling with static for the past hour, the signal weakening as we climbed higher into the remote wilderness. The sun hung low on the horizon, painting the aspen trees in brilliant shades of gold and crimson that seemed almost too vivid to be real. The campsite I'd chosen was deliberately isolated, accessible only by a narrow dirt track that wound through miles of unmarked terrain. I'd discovered it during a hunting trip 5 years earlier, a small clearing surrounded by towering pines and ancient oaks, with a natural stone circle that made an ideal fire pit. No cell towers pierced the canopy here, no hiking trails brought curious wanderers, and no park rangers patrolled these forgotten corners of the forest. It was perfect for what I had planned. 3 days of complete solitude beneath the Orionid meteor shower. As we pulled into the clearing, Zeus immediately began his ritual inspection of the perimeter, nose to the ground as he traced invisible scent trails through the underbrush. The familiar sounds of the forest embraced us. The distant call of a barred owl, the rustle of small creatures in the fallen leaves, the whisper of wind through the pine needles overhead. I methodically unpacked my gear, setting up the tent with practiced efficiency while the last rays of sunlight filtered through the canopy above. The fire caught easily, dry kindling crackling as flames licked upward into the gathering dusk. I settled into my camp chair with a steaming cup of coffee. Zeus curled at my feet, his breathing deep and relaxed. This was what I lived for, these moments of perfect peace when the modern world felt like a distant memory. The first stars began to appear overhead, pinpricks of light against the deepening purple sky, and I allowed myself to relax completely for the first time in months. But as full darkness settled over the forest, something began to feel wrong. The usual symphony of night sounds, crickets chirping, owls calling, the distant yip of coyotes, gradually faded to an unnatural silence. Zeus lifted his head, ears rotating like radar dishes as he scanned the darkness beyond our small circle of firelight. A low growl rumbled deep in his chest, so quiet I felt it more than heard it. The silence stretched on, becoming so complete it felt oppressive, as if the very air had thickened around us. I tried to convince myself it was nothing unusual. Predators in the area might cause smaller animals to go quiet, waiting for danger to pass. But this felt different, more deliberate somehow, as if something was actively suppressing every sound in the forest. Zeus remained rigid beside me, his hackles rising in a ridge along his spine. I reached for my flashlight and swept the beam across the tree line, searching for whatever had caught his attention. The light revealed only the familiar sight of pine trunks and underbrush, shadows dancing as branches swayed in the evening breeze. But there was something about those shadows that made my skin crawl. They seemed too deep, too solid, moving independently of the wind-stirred branches that should have been casting them. "Easy, boy," I whispered, more to calm myself than Zeus. My voice sounded strange in the absolute quiet, muffled and small. I kept the flashlight moving, probing deeper into the forest, when suddenly Zeus erupted into the most vicious barking I'd ever heard from him. He lunged toward the darkness, straining against his collar, every muscle in his body coiled with aggressive tension. That's when I saw it. a pale shape moving between the trees, perhaps 50 yards from our camp. At first glance, it appeared human, but something about its proportions was fundamentally wrong. Too tall, too thin, with limbs that seemed to stretch and bend at impossible angles. It moved with a fluid, almost liquid motion that no human body could replicate, gliding between the trees without disturbing so much as a single branch. I kept the flashlight trained on the figure, my hand trembling so badly the beam wavered across the forest floor. It stopped moving when the light hit it, freezing in place like a deer caught in headlights. But this was no deer. As my beam steadied, I could make out more details that made my stomach lurch with primal terror. The thing stood at least 8 feet tall, its limbs grotesquely elongated and ending in what looked like clusters of pale, twitching fingers. Its head was tilted at a severe angle, cocked to one side as if listening to sounds I couldn't hear. Then it began to turn toward us, and I saw its face. Or what passed for a face. Where features should have been, there was only smooth, waxy skin stretched tight over a skull that was far too large and oddly shaped. But it was the eyes that nearly made me drop the flashlight. 2 dark hollows that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, creating the illusion of infinite depth. Those void-like sockets fixed on me with unmistakable intelligence and hunger. Zeus's barking reached a frenzied pitch, his claws scrabbling for purchase on the rocky ground as he fought to reach the intruder. The creature's head tilted further, that unnatural flexibility making it appear almost serpentine. Then, without any transition or movement I could perceive, it was simply gone. Not hidden behind a tree, not retreated into the shadows, completely vanished as if it had never existed at all. The silence that followed was deafening. Zeus continued barking for several more seconds before falling quiet, his sides heaving with exertion. We both stared at the spot where the creature had been, the flashlight beam revealing only empty forest. But the wrongness in the air remained, a thick presence that made every breath feel labored and every heartbeat thunder in my ears. I should have packed up immediately, loaded Zeus into the truck, and driven straight back to civilization. Every instinct I possessed screamed at me to flee, to get as far away from this place as possible. But pride and stubborn rationality held me in place. I'd been camping for decades, and I wasn't about to be driven away by shadows and imagination. Besides, whatever I'd seen was probably just a bear or elk, distorted by darkness and distance into something more sinister. But Zeus knew better. He refused to settle down, pacing the perimeter of our campsite with his nose to the ground, alternately whining and growling at scents I couldn't detect. His behavior was unlike anything I'd seen from him before, not the excited alertness of a dog tracking familiar game, but the deep, primal fear of prey that knows it's being hunted. Every few minutes he would stop and stare into the forest, his entire body trembling with tension. I fed more wood to the fire, building it higher than necessary, taking comfort in the expanding circle of light and warmth. The flames cast dancing shadows on the surrounding trees, and I found myself studying each one, trying to distinguish between normal forest movement and something more sinister. The wind had picked up slightly, causing branches to creak and sway, but underneath those familiar sounds, I began to hear something else. Footsteps, or what sounded like footsteps, a rhythmic pattern of soft impacts on the forest floor, circling our campsite at a distance. But these weren't the heavy, measured steps of a human hiker or the irregular gait of a four-legged animal. They were too light, too quick, with an odd double-beat pattern, as if whatever was making them had more than the usual number of feet. Zeus heard them too, his head snapping toward each new sound as the footsteps completed their circuit around us. The pattern continued for nearly an hour, clockwise around the campsite, always maintaining the same distance, never coming closer, but never moving away. It was methodical, patient, as if something was studying us from just beyond the reach of the firelight. Then the footsteps stopped, and something far worse began. A sound that started as a low humming, barely audible above the crackle of the fire, but gradually rose in pitch and volume until it became an ear-splitting whine that seemed to come from everywhere at once. Zeus pressed himself against my legs, whimpering, while I covered my ears against the assault. The sound cut through my skull like ice, making my teeth ache and my vision blur. As suddenly as it had begun, the noise ceased, leaving my ears ringing in the sudden quiet. But the silence didn't last long. From the darkness beyond the fire came a new sound, laughter. Not human laughter, but something that might have been attempting to mimic it, like a broken recording played at the wrong speed. It was high-pitched and discordant, with undertones that seemed to vibrate in my bones. That's when I decided we were leaving. I grabbed Zeus's leash and began frantically packing our essential gear, abandoning the tent and most of our supplies in my haste to reach the truck. The laughter continued as we worked, sometimes close, sometimes distant, but always surrounding us with its mocking presence. Zeus stayed pressed against my legs, his fur standing on end, occasionally growling at sounds and movements I couldn't perceive. The truck's engine turned over on the third try, and I've never been so grateful to hear that familiar rumble. Zeus leaped into the passenger seat without being asked, his eyes fixed on the side mirrors as if expecting something to emerge from the shadows behind us. I threw the vehicle into reverse and backed out of the clearing as quickly as I dared, the headlights sweeping across the campsite we were abandoning. In that brief moment of illumination, I saw them. Not just one figure, but several, standing motionless among the trees like a gallery of grotesque statues. They were all similar in their impossible proportions and unnatural stillness, but each seemed to possess its own unique horror. One appeared to have too many arms, pale limbs sprouting from its torso like the branches of a diseased tree. Another was bent double, its spine curved at an angle that would snap any normal vertebrae. And at the center of the group stood the original figure, its void-like eyes reflecting the headlights with a brief, terrible shine. I spun the wheel hard, tires spitting gravel as I accelerated onto the narrow dirt track that would lead us back to the main forest road. Behind us, the darkness swallowed our abandoned campsite, but I could feel their presence following, keeping pace just beyond the reach of the taillights. Zeus whimpered continuously now, a high-pitched sound that spoke of terror beyond his ability to express. The dirt track seemed longer than I remembered, winding through dense forest that pressed close on both sides. My headlights carved a narrow tunnel through the blackness, revealing only a few yards of rutted road ahead. The speedometer climbed as I pushed the truck harder than was safe on the treacherous surface, desperate to reach the main road and the relative safety of civilization. That's when the first impact came. Something struck the roof of the truck with tremendous force, the entire vehicle shuddering under the blow. The metallic sound of claws or nails scraping across steel filled the cabin, and I could see long gouges being carved in the paint as whatever was up there tried to find purchase. Zeus barked frantically, his eyes fixed on the ceiling where deep dents were beginning to appear in the metal. I floored the accelerator, hoping speed might dislodge whatever had latched onto the truck, but it held on with inhuman strength. The scraping grew more violent, accompanied by a rhythmic pounding that seemed to be testing the structural integrity of the roof. Through the windshield, I caught glimpses of pale, elongated limbs hanging down, fingers that were far too long and ended in what looked like black talons. More impacts came from the sides now, the truck rocking violently as additional creatures began their assault. I could hear them outside, dozens of them, their footsteps keeping pace with the speeding vehicle. Some ran alongside us, their forms barely visible in the peripheral glow of the headlights, while others seemed to leap from tree to tree, branch to branch, with impossible agility. The passenger side window exploded inward without warning, safety glass showering Zeus as something thrust its arm through the opening. I caught a glimpse of flesh that was too white, too smooth, like polished bone, before Zeus lunged forward and clamped his jaws around the intruding limb. The creature's scream was unlike anything I'd ever heard. Part human agony, part animal rage, part something else entirely that made my soul recoil in horror. Zeus held on grimly as the thing tried to withdraw, his growls mixing with the creature's inhuman wails. Dark fluid, too thick to be blood, splattered across the interior of the truck. I swerved violently, hoping to shake loose both the creature and whatever was still clinging to the roof, but they maintained their grip with disturbing tenacity. Then I saw the main road ahead, blessed asphalt gleaming in the headlights like a river of salvation. I hit the pavement at dangerous speed, the truck's suspension bottoming out with a bone-jarring crash. For a moment I thought we were free. The impact stopped, the scraping ceased, and Zeus released his grip on the retreating arm. But as I glanced in the rearview mirror, my relief turned to ice. They were still following, perhaps a dozen of those impossible figures, moving across the asphalt with that same fluid, unnatural gait. Their pale forms seemed to glow faintly in the darkness, and they were gaining ground despite the truck's speed. The nearest town was Meridian Creek, a tiny mountain community that consisted of little more than a general store, a gas station, and a few dozen houses scattered among the pines. I'd stopped there countless times over the years, always finding it a peaceful oasis of small-town charm. But now, racing through the darkness with horrors in pursuit, it represented my only hope of survival. The town's lights appeared in the distance like a beacon, and I pressed the accelerator harder, coaxing every bit of speed from the old truck. Behind us, our pursuers maintained their relentless pace, their forms occasionally illuminated by passing streetlights. They moved with a coordination that suggested intelligence, spreading out across the road in a pattern that would have blocked any attempt at escape. I pulled into the parking lot of Murphy's gas station with tires squealing, coming to a stop directly under the harsh fluorescent lights that bathed the area in sterile white illumination. Zeus remained pressed against the floor, his eyes darting between the shattered passenger window and the darkness beyond the light. My hand shook as I fumbled with the door handle, my body refusing to believe we'd reached safety. The bell above the station door chimed cheerfully as I stumbled inside, a normal sound that seemed absurdly out of place after what we'd just experienced. Behind the counter, an elderly man looked up from his newspaper, his weathered face creased with mild concern at my disheveled appearance. "You all right there, son?" he asked, his voice carrying the slow drawl of someone who'd spent his entire life in these mountains. "Look like you've seen a ghost." "There's something in the forest," I managed, my voice cracking with strain. "Something that isn't supposed to exist. It followed us, attacked our truck. You need to call the police, the Forest Service, anyone who will listen." Murphy, I recognized him now, though we'd never been formally introduced, set down his paper and studied me with the patient expression of someone accustomed to dealing with rattled tourists. His eyes took in my torn clothing, the scratches on my arms, the wild look that I knew must be etched across my face. "What kind of something?" he asked carefully, as if humoring a child with an overactive imagination. "I don't know," I admitted. They looked human, but wrong. Too tall, too thin, moving in ways that people can't move. They surrounded our campsite, followed us for miles, attacked the truck. I gestured toward the parking lot where my vehicle sat under the lights like a wounded animal. "Look at the damage if you don't believe me." Murphy stood slowly, his joints creaking with age, and walked to the window. His expression changed as he saw the truck, the caved-in roof, the shattered passenger window, the long gouges in the paint that could have been made by massive claws. When he turned back to me, the skepticism had been replaced by something else: recognition. "You're not the first one to come in here with a story like that," he said quietly. "Been happening more often lately, especially in the past few months. Campers, hikers, hunters, all talking about things in the forest that shouldn't be there. Most folks don't believe them, write it off as cabin fever or too much whiskey around the campfire. But you believe me," I said, and it wasn't a question. "I've lived in these mountains for 73 years, Murphy replied, "seen things that would make a preacher question his faith. The forest has been changing, getting darker. Things moving through it that weren't there before. The animals know it too, been acting strange, staying closer to town, like they're afraid to go too deep into the trees." He walked back to the counter and pulled out a well-worn logbook, flipping through pages covered with handwritten entries. "Started keeping track after the third person came in here babbling about monsters in the woods. Got entries going back 6 months now, all describing similar encounters." Zeus suddenly erupted into frantic barking, his voice echoing through the small building. We both turned toward the windows, and what I saw there made my knees nearly buckle. They were at the edge of the lighted area, perhaps 20 of them now, standing motionless like an army of nightmares. The harsh fluorescent light seemed to pain them somehow. They swayed slightly, as if fighting against an invisible barrier, but they didn't retreat. "God in heaven," Murphy whispered, his voice filled with awe and terror. "I ain't never seen so many of them at once." Murphy moved with surprising speed for his age, grabbing a shotgun from beneath the counter and checking the shells with practiced efficiency. His hands were steady despite the fear in his eyes, the movements of someone who'd handled firearms his entire life. "They don't like the light," he explained as he pumped a shell into the chamber. "That's why they stay back from the bright areas. But they're patient creatures, stubborn as mules when they set their mind to something. Could be here for hours, waiting for us to make a mistake." Through the windows, I could see more of them arriving, emerging from the forest like pale ghosts materializing from the darkness. They formed a loose circle around the gas station, maintaining their distance from the lights but clearly establishing a perimeter. Their numbers continued to grow. 30, then 40, then more than I could accurately count. "What do they want?" I asked, though I suspected I already knew the answer. "Same thing any predator wants," Murphy replied grimly. "A meal. But these things don't hunt like normal predators. They're smart, organized, patient. They'll wait for the right opportunity, then strike all at once." Zeus had positioned himself between us and the windows, his hackles raised and lips pulled back to reveal impressive fangs. His ears were flat against his skull, and every muscle in his body was coiled for action. I'd never seen him display such aggressive posturing, not even when facing other dogs or wild animals. The lights above us flickered once, twice, then steadied. Murphy's expression darkened as he noticed it. "That's not good," he muttered. "They've figured out how to interfere with the electrical system. Won't be long before they find a way to cut the power entirely." As if summoned by his words, the creatures began to move. Not closer, but in a coordinated fashion that suggested communication I couldn't detect. Several of them disappeared into the darkness, while others took new positions around the station. The precision of their movement was terrifying. This wasn't the random behavior of wild animals, but the calculated strategy of intelligent hunters. "There's a radio in the back room," Murphy said. "Emergency frequency that connects directly to the state police. You get on there and start calling for help while I keep watch out here." I hurried to the back room, Zeus close at my heels, and found the radio equipment mounted on a steel table. The setup looked military in nature, far more sophisticated than what a small-town gas station would normally possess. I grabbed the microphone and began transmitting on the emergency frequency, my voice tight with desperation as I explained our situation. Static answered me, broken by occasional bursts of what might have been voice transmissions, but nothing coherent. The mountains had always been problematic for radio communication, but this seemed worse than usual, as if something was actively jamming the signals. I tried different frequencies, adjusting the antenna position, but received only electronic noise in response. That's when the first light went out. The exterior floods that illuminated the gas pumps flickered once and died, plunging half the parking lot into darkness. Within seconds, several of the creatures moved forward to occupy the newly darkened area, their pale forms barely visible against the black asphalt. "They're taking out the lights systematically," Murphy called from the front room, working their way toward the building. "Smart sons of bitches know exactly what they're doing." Another bank of lights failed, then another. The circle of safety around us was shrinking with each passing minute, the creatures advancing as darkness claimed more territory. Through the remaining windows, I could see them more clearly now, dozens of impossible figures standing just beyond the light, waiting with infinite patience for their opportunity. Zeus whimpered, pressing himself against my legs as the shadows crept closer to the building. His instincts were screaming danger, and mine were beginning to follow suit. Whatever these things were, they had us trapped and were systematically eliminating our defenses. It was only a matter of time before they found a way inside. The building's interior lights began to flicker more violently now, the fluorescent tubes buzzing and sparking as whatever force the creatures controlled interfered with the electrical system. Murphy had positioned himself at the front window with his shotgun ready, his weathered face grim with determination. Outside, the remaining perimeter lights died one by one, darkness creeping inexorably toward us like a living thing. "How long until dawn?" I asked, though I suspected we wouldn't survive that long. 4 hours, maybe 5, Murphy replied without taking his eyes off the approaching shadows. "But I don't think these things care much about sunrise. Been reports of them moving in broad daylight when they're determined enough." The last of the exterior lights failed with a loud pop of exploding glass, plunging everything outside into absolute darkness. The only illumination now came from the interior fluorescence, creating a small island of light in an ocean of black. Through the windows, I could see nothing but my own reflection staring back with wild, terrified eyes, but I could feel them out there. Dozens of inhuman presences surrounding the building, moving with predatory patience as they prepared for the final assault. The silence was complete now. No wind, no distant traffic, no sounds of civilization. Just the electric hum of dying light bulbs and Zeus's labored breathing beside me. The first impact against the building's wall nearly knocked me off my feet. The entire structure shuddered as something struck the exterior with tremendous force, rattling bottles and merchandise on the shelves. More impacts followed, systematic, methodical strikes that seemed designed to test the building's structural integrity. "They're probing for weak points," Murphy said grimly, "looking for the easiest way inside." A window at the back of the store exploded inward, safety glass showering across the floor in a glittering cascade. Through the opening came a pale arm, impossibly long and ending in those terrible black talons I'd seen before. It swept across the shelves blindly, knocking over cans and packages as it searched for something to grasp. Murphy spun and fired, the shotgun blast deafening in the confined space. The arm jerked back with an inhuman shriek, dark fluid splattering the walls where it had been. But within seconds, another arm thrust through a different window, then another, until half a dozen of those nightmare appendages were reaching into our shrinking sanctuary. Zeus launched himself at the nearest intrusion, his jaws clamping down on pale flesh with savage determination. The creature's scream was like broken glass scraping against steel, and it tried desperately to withdraw, but Zeus held on with grim tenacity. Dark fluid, too thick to be blood, poured from the wound onto the floor. I grabbed a baseball bat from behind the counter and began swinging at the other arms, my strikes driven by pure terror and adrenaline. Each impact sent vibrations up through the wooden handle, but the creature seemed largely immune to pain, continuing their blind groping despite the damage I was inflicting. The front door's glass suddenly cracked in a spider web pattern, then shattered completely. Through the opening, I could see them clearly for the first time, a mass of pale, writhing forms pressed against each other like maggots in a wound. Their faces, what passed for faces, were turned toward us with unmistakable hunger. Those void-like eyes seemed to absorb the light from inside the store, creating dark spots in my vision wherever I looked directly at them. Murphy fired again and again, his shots carefully placed to drive back the creatures pressing against the entrance. But I could see we were running out of time and ammunition. For every creature he drove back, two more seemed to take its place. Their numbers appeared limitless, an army of nightmares emerging from the deepest parts of the forest. The interior lights began to fail now, fluorescent tubes exploding in showers of sparks and glass. With each failing bulb, our sanctuary grew smaller, darkness creeping in from all sides like rising water. Zeus released his grip on the arm he'd been savaging and moved to stand between us and the failing lights, his growls now constant and deep. That's when I remembered Murphy's truck parked behind the building, hidden from view of most of the creatures. It wasn't much of a plan, but it was better than waiting here to be overwhelmed. "The back exit," I shouted over the noise of shattering glass and inhuman screams. "Your truck, can we make a run for it?" Murphy glanced toward the rear of the building, calculating distances and odds with the quick assessment of someone who'd faced dangerous situations before. "It's risky, but you're right. Staying here is suicide." He grabbed a handful of shells from beneath the counter, reloading the shotgun with practiced speed. "On my count, we go together. Don't stop, don't look back, and whatever you do, don't let them separate us." The final interior light flickered once and died, plunging us into complete darkness. In the absolute blackness that followed, the creature's behavior changed dramatically. No longer held back by even the weakest light, they poured through every opening like a flood of pale horror. I could hear them entering the building, not the heavy footsteps of human intruders, but a wet, sliding sound like serpents moving across glass. Their breathing, if it could be called breathing, was a collective whisper that seemed to come from everywhere at once. Murphy's hand found my shoulder in the darkness, his grip firm and reassuring. "Now." he whispered, and we moved together toward what I hoped was the back exit. Zeus pressed close against my legs. The shotgun boomed once, twice, lighting up the interior with brief muzzle flashes that revealed glimpses of nightmare. Pale forms scrambling across the walls and ceiling like enormous insects, their limbs bent at impossible angles as they navigated the cluttered space. My outstretched hand found the rear door's handle, and I yanked it open to reveal another wall of darkness beyond. Murphy's truck was parked just 15 feet away, but it might as well have been on the moon. The space between us and salvation was filled with moving shadows, creatures that had circled around to cut off our escape route. "Go!" Murphy shouted, pushing me forward while firing into the mass of bodies blocking our path. His shots carved a temporary corridor through their ranks, and we stumbled forward into the chaos. Zeus barked frantically, snapping at anything that moved too close, while I swung the baseball bat with desperate strength at the pale forms that reached for us. The truck's door handle felt like a lifeline under my fingers. I yanked it open and shoved Zeus inside, then dove after him as Murphy backed toward us, still firing methodically at the creatures pressing in from all sides. His movements were those of an old soldier, conserving ammunition while making every shot count. "Get in," I screamed, but Murphy shook his head grimly. "Engine won't start with all of us in the cab," he called back. "Too much weight, too much interference. You go, get to the state police, tell them what's happening here." Before I could protest, he slammed the driver's door shut and slapped the window twice. Through the glass, I could see his lips moving, but his words were lost in the sound of his final shots and the inhuman screaming that surrounded us. I fumbled for the keys he'd pressed into my hand, my fingers clumsy with panic and grief. The engine turned over on the second try, and I floored the accelerator without looking back. The truck lurched forward, tires spinning on gravel, and I felt the sickening impact of bodies beneath the wheels. In the rearview mirror, I caught a final glimpse of Murphy's muzzle flash before the darkness swallowed everything. The highway stretched ahead of us like a ribbon of salvation, but I knew the nightmare wasn't over. Zeus whimpered continuously beside me, his eyes fixed on the mirrors, and I could see why. They were following again, dozens of them, their pale forms visible in the red glow of the taillights. But they seemed slower now, less coordinated, as if something about leaving their forest territory had weakened them. The first hint of dawn was touching the eastern horizon when we finally reached the state police barracks, a solid brick building that had never looked more beautiful to my eyes. I stumbled through the entrance with Zeus at my side, my voice hoarse from shouting as I tried to explain what had happened to the skeptical officers on duty. They listened politely to my story, took detailed notes, and promised to send a unit to check on Murphy's station. But I could see the doubt in their eyes, the careful way they spoke to me as if I might be suffering from some kind of breakdown. It wasn't until the first patrol car returned 6 hours later that their attitudes began to change. Murphy's gas station was gone. Not destroyed, not burned down, simply gone, as if it had never existed. The lot where it had stood was empty except for scattered debris and stains that could have been anything. The officers found no bodies, no evidence of violence, nothing to support my claims except the damage to Murphy's truck and my own obvious trauma. But in the days that followed, other reports began to surface. Hikers who had encountered impossible creatures in the forest. Residents of remote mountain communities who had seen pale figures moving through the trees at night. Search and rescue teams who had discovered campsites abandoned in apparent haste, gear scattered as if the occupants had fled in terror. The authorities eventually established a restricted zone around that section of forest, officially citing geological instability and dangerous wildlife activity. But those of us who knew the truth understood what was really happening. The things in the woods were multiplying, spreading, claiming more territory with each passing month. I never went camping again. Zeus and I moved to the city, far from any forest, far from the mountains that had once been my sanctuary. But sometimes, on the darkest nights, I swear I can still hear them. That inhuman laughter echoing in the distance, growing closer with each passing season. The woods are no longer safe for anyone, and I fear it's only a matter of time before they decide to leave the forest entirely and bring their hunger to the places where we thought we were safe. God help us all when that day comes. I usually finish my shift after everyone else is already asleep, so walking my dog Wren under the dim suburban glow had become routine. That night, the street shone with leftovers from a recent rain, creating silvery puddles that splintered the yard lights into shards of glare. It was that familiar Texas suburb, family homes in neat rows, the sort of place where nothing dramatic was supposed to happen. But the reflections bouncing off the wet pavement gave everything an odd haze. I kept squinting, trying to figure out if my eyes were just tired or if the gleaming lights truly made it harder to see anything beyond their reach. The neighborhood was hushed. No other dog walkers were around. No cars rolling by. Just Wren and me. Wren was this sweet, laid-back companion, barely raising an eyebrow at squirrels, let alone strangers. Normally that was comforting. Tonight, though, his calm demeanor only emphasized how alone we were. The houses stood dark, their windows like empty eyes watching us pass. I noticed details I'd never paid attention to before, the way shadows pooled beneath parked cars, how the spaces between houses created tunnels of darkness that seemed to breathe with unseen movement. My footsteps echoed against the wet asphalt, each sound bouncing off garage doors and returning to me distorted. The air hung heavy with moisture and something else, that electric feeling before a storm, though the sky remained clear. I pulled my jacket tighter, not from cold, but from an inexplicable need for protection. My mind started to drift into darker corners, wondering how safe we really were. We kept moving along that narrow road with no sidewalks, hugging the edge whenever I heard the distant possibility of a car. Tonight, though, there was no hint of an engine. My thoughts wandered. I caught myself gazing up at the stars one moment, then scanning the dark lawns for any sign of life the next. That was when I spotted some shape, shadowy and distant, far up ahead. It could have been anything. The way the streetlights played tricks with perspective made it impossible to judge distance or size at first. The figure seemed to materialize from the darkness itself, as if the shadows had suddenly decided to take human form. Maybe a trick of the light. But I knew I wasn't imagining it when it seemed to inch closer. The movement was wrong somehow, too smooth, too deliberate. Most people walking at night have a purpose, heading home, walking a pet, getting exercise. This figure moved with the patience of someone who had nowhere to be, nothing but time. Despite my pulse kicking up, I told myself it was probably just a neighbor. No big deal, right? I couldn't turn around anyway, or I'd risk having this person behind me for the rest of my walk. The thought of being followed sent ice through my veins. Better to face whatever this was head on. So onward I went, staying near the curb with Wren snuffling at every mailbox post. The figure looked tall, and as we got nearer, I noticed they wore glasses. The glow of the yard lights reflected off the lenses, revealing the slightest flicker each time they shifted. That reflection was weirdly hypnotic, like two little mirrors aimed my way. I tried not to stare, but something about those glasses drew my attention. They seemed oversized, almost theatrical, catching and throwing back every available photon of light. The face behind them remained obscured, features lost in shadow despite the ambient glow. Only those twin reflections existed, floating in the darkness like disembodied eyes. The next overhead street lamp was a good stretch down the road, leaving a big patch of gloom between us. In those few seconds of partial darkness, I realized how quiet the figure was. No phone in hand, no shuffle of feet on gravel, nothing. Most people make noise when they walk. Keys jingling, clothes rustling, breath visible in the humid night air. This person moved in complete silence, as if they'd practiced the art of being unnoticed. I could hear my own breathing now, quick and shallow. Wren's collar tags clinked softly with each step. But from the approaching figure, nothing. Not even the scrape of shoes on pavement. I braced myself, half expecting a greeting or nod. That moment never arrived. Wren perked up. This was unusual. He barely reacted to strangers. His body went rigid beneath my hand, muscles bunching under his fur. A low growl started deep in his chest, something I'd never heard from him before. The leash went taut in my grip. We were nearly side by side when the figure stopped. My breath caught in my throat. The person stood perhaps 6 feet away, close enough that I should have been able to make out features, clothing details, something. But all I could focus on were those glasses, now perfectly still, aimed directly at me. Without a word, this person started to move in reverse, every step aligning with mine, as if we were dancing to some silent beat. The movement was impossibly smooth, heel to toe in perfect reverse, maintaining that exact distance between us. No stumbling, no glancing back to check footing. Just that steady, unnatural backward glide. Wren, normally my gentle buddy, erupted in barks, straining so hard that I nearly lost my balance. The sound shattered the suburban quiet, echoing off houses and setting off a distant dog somewhere blocks away. But the figure never flinched, never acknowledged the noise. Just kept that backward pace, those reflective lenses never wavering from my face. My thoughts careened from embarrassment over my suddenly feral-sounding dog to a sharper dread pulsing at the edges of my mind. The stranger had no dog, no friendly wave, just a silent backward pace, keeping that reflective stare locked on me. I couldn't pin down what felt more unsettling, Wren's fierce reaction, or the steady way the stranger retreated, never breaking eye contact from behind those lenses. In that instant, the streetlights seemed dimmer, the houses too still. Every window appeared dark, every porch light suddenly inadequate. The familiar neighborhood transformed into something alien, a stage set for nightmares. I gripped Wren's leash with trembling hands, not sure whether to shout or just keep moving. The only thing I knew for certain was that every inch of me wanted to get out of there, fast. My legs felt heavy, like moving through water. The figure continued its backward progression, matching my speed exactly. When I slowed, it slowed. When I quickened my pace, it did the same. We were locked in this grotesque dance, and I had no idea how to break free. I wasn't about to wait there, locked in that disturbing standoff with a stranger who glided backward like some silent puppet. My eyes landed on a brighter intersection, a short distance away, lit by scattered porch bulbs and the faint glow of passing headlights. Without a second thought, I tugged on Wren's leash and practically lunged in that direction. He resisted at first, barking, as though unwilling to let this bizarre threat out of his sight. It took a few harsh pulls before he followed, both of us stumbling onto the better-lit side road. The sudden shift from dark to light made my eyes ache. I looked back, searching for any glimpse of the stranger, but the gloomy stretch of houses seemed deserted. Either he'd melted into the shadows, or my nerves were wound so tight that I just couldn't see clearly. The spot where we'd had our encounter looked ordinary now, just another patch of suburban street. But I knew what I'd seen, what I'd felt. The wrongness of it clung to me like cobwebs. Wren whined, ears pinned forward, still keyed up like something wasn't right. His hackles remained raised, and he kept looking back the way we'd come. Animals know things we don't, sense dangers our civilized minds dismiss. If Wren was still afraid, I had every reason to be terrified. My grip on his leash was damp with sweat, and I kept expecting to spot a silhouette lurking behind a mailbox or creeping around the corner. Every shadow seemed to move. Every dark space between houses held potential threat. The normal sounds of night, crickets, distant traffic, the hum of air conditioners, all seemed muffled, as if the world held its breath. All I wanted at that point was the safe familiarity of home. Every time a branch rustled or a night bird called, I nearly jumped. A cat darted across the street ahead, and I bit back a scream. My rational mind tried to assert control, reminding me that I was in my own neighborhood, surrounded by sleeping families in their beds. But terror has its own logic, and mine insisted that danger still lurked nearby. There was no one to call out to, no friendly face peeking through a window. The houses might as well have been empty shells, facades with nothing behind them. Just a few blocks more, I thought. A few more blocks, and I could slam my door shut against whatever madness I'd just witnessed. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to catch a flicker of those reflective glasses in the distance. Instead, All I saw were wet driveways and dim silhouettes of parked cars. But the feeling persisted, that crawling certainty of being watched, evaluated, measured for some purpose I couldn't fathom. My house felt impossibly far away, but after what seemed like forever, I spotted my porch light. The familiar sight should have brought relief, but instead it highlighted how exposed I was in that final stretch. The last 100 yards to safety felt like miles. Normally that soft glow was comforting in an everyday sort of way, but tonight it felt like a beacon. Ren pulled ahead, eager to get inside as well. He wasn't calm yet, and honestly, neither was I. By the time I reached the front door, my hands were shaking so badly that I had to fumble with my keys a few times before I managed to fit one into the lock. When the door clicked open, I nearly burst through, dragging Ren in behind me. I flicked on every lamp I could reach, then flipped them off again when I realized how exposed the bright windows might make me. Then I reversed my choice. Darkness felt even more vulnerable. I settled for a single table lamp in the living room, just enough to see what I was doing. I spent the next hour perched on the edge of the couch, phone in hand, debating whether to call someone, anyone, and explain. But what would I say? That a strange man freaked me out by walking in reverse? It sounded ridiculous, yet the dread felt so real. The physical symptoms, racing heart, sweaty palms, that hollow feeling in my stomach, all testified to genuine terror. Sleep was out of the question. Even after I finally managed to shut off the lights and make my way to bed, I kept imagining footsteps crunching on gravel outside my window. Each settling of the house, every creak and groan of wood adjusting to temperature changes, sent fresh waves of panic through me. By morning, the sun spilled in through the blinds, painting everything in warm, normal hues. The terror felt distant, almost unreal, as though my mind had conjured it in the darkness. I made coffee with unsteady hands, trying to rationalize what had happened. But rationalization crumbled when I looked at Ren, saw the way he still watched the windows with unusual alertness. I never did see the figure again. Still, each evening afterward, whenever I took Ren out, I caught myself scanning the end of every street, looking for a tall silhouette, maybe a glint of glasses. The familiar route became a gauntlet of anxiety. I started varying my schedule, taking different streets, anything to avoid that particular stretch of road. And if I so much as glimpsed any shape in the distance, my chest tightened in an instant. Other dog walkers became sources of suspicion until they passed with normal greetings. Joggers approaching from behind made me grip Ren's leash tighter. The neighborhood I'd called home for years had transformed into a landscape of potential threats. That's the thing about terror. It clings to you, even long after your doorstep is locked up tight, like it's prowling just behind the places where the light stops. It changes you, makes you see danger in the ordinary, makes you question whether the safety you once took for granted ever really existed at all. And on quiet nights, when the streetlights cast their familiar glow on wet pavement, I remember those reflecting glasses and wonder if somewhere out there that figure still walks backward through the darkness, waiting for another late-night encounter. I should have trusted my gut the moment I stepped into that house. It wasn't just the damp smell that hit me like a slap. Mold, old wood, and something faintly metallic, like pennies left out in the rain. It wasn't even the dim lighting that turned every corner into a shadowy void. No, it was the feeling. That heavy, suffocating weight pressing down on me as soon as I crossed the threshold, like the house was watching me. The floorboards groaned under our weight as we entered, each step announcing our presence to whatever dwelt within these walls. I noticed how the air seemed to thicken around us, almost viscous, making each breath feel labored. The wallpaper, a faded floral pattern that might have been cheerful decades ago, now peeled at the corners like diseased skin curling away from infected flesh. I knew something wasn't right, but I told myself to man up. We were here because we had no other choice. Mission rules didn't matter when you didn't have a roof over your head. The woman who owned the place, Sister Wilcox, waddled ahead of us, her wide frame brushing against the walls as she led us to our room. She didn't say much, Just muttered something about us making do. Her voice was thin and raspy, like the air in the house. As we climbed the narrow staircase, I noticed photographs lining the walls. Old black and white images of people I didn't recognize, their eyes seeming to follow our ascent. One particular photo caught my attention. A family of 4 standing in front of this very house. But something was wrong with their faces. The longer I looked, the more distorted they appeared, as if the photograph itself was diseased. When she opened the door to our room, I had to bite back a grimace. Room was generous. It was more like a shoebox someone had lined with cheap paneling and called livable. A single bare bulb hung from the ceiling, casting a sickly yellow light that made everything look jaundiced. 2 twin beds, crammed together with barely enough space to walk between them, and a closet that looked like it hadn't been opened in years. The closet door was painted white, but age and moisture had warped it, creating patterns in the wood that resembled screaming faces if you looked at them from the right angle. I tried not to look. "This'll do," she said, more to herself than to us. Her small, watery eyes flitted over me, lingered for a beat too long, then turned to my companion, Elder Russo. Something in her gaze made my skin crawl. Not predatory exactly, but knowing. Like she was in on a joke we weren't privy to yet. "Dinner's at 6, she added before lumbering off, her footsteps heavy on the creaky floorboards. As she left, I caught a whiff of her perfume, sickly sweet, like flowers left too long in stagnant water. "Cozy," Russo muttered, tossing his bag onto one of the beds. His Italian accent made everything sound less sarcastic than it probably was. He was trying to lighten the mood, but even his usual cheerfulness seemed dampened by the oppressive atmosphere of the room. I tried to shake off the unease as I unpacked, telling myself this was temporary, just a few days until the mission office found us another place. But the feeling lingered, a nagging itch I couldn't scratch. As I hung my clothes in the musty dresser, I noticed scratch marks on the inside of the drawers, deep gouges in the wood, as if someone had clawed at them desperately. The first night, I couldn't sleep. Russo snored softly on the bed next to mine, his steady breathing the only sound in the room. But something kept me awake. Maybe it was the faint creak of the house settling, or the way the shadows in the corner seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at them. The darkness felt alive, pulsing with an energy that made my skin prickle. I stared at the closet door, its faded wood grain catching the light in strange patterns. The warped surface created an optical illusion. Sometimes it looked like the door was breathing, expanding and contracting ever so slightly. I told myself it was just my tired eyes playing tricks on me. Around midnight, the temperature in the room dropped noticeably. My breath came out in small puffs of vapor, despite it being late spring. The cold seemed to emanate from the closet, seeping through the cracks around the door like invisible fingers reaching into our room. I don't know how long I lay there, but at some point I must have dozed off. I woke up to the sound of my name. "Michael." It was a whisper, soft but distinct. My eyes snapped open and my heart hammered in my chest. I glanced at Russo, who was still snoring. Then at the closet. The door was slightly ajar. I hadn't noticed it before. I was certain, absolutely certain, that it had been closed when we went to bed. The gap was maybe 3 inches wide, revealing nothing but impenetrable darkness beyond. "Michael." It came again, this time louder, more insistent. My skin prickled and my mouth went dry. The voice didn't sound human. There was something wrong with it, like multiple people speaking in unison but slightly out of sync with each other. I told myself it had to be my imagination, a leftover thread from a half-remembered dream, but the voice didn't sound like something conjured by my subconscious. It sounded real, close, like someone standing just behind the closet door. I sat up, my movements slow and deliberate, and stared at the crack of darkness inside the closet. My pulse thudded in my ears, drowning out everything else. The darkness beyond the door seemed to move, writhing like something organic. "Russo," I whispered. No response. I reached over and shook his shoulder, but he just grunted and rolled over. His sleep seemed unnaturally deep, and for a moment I wondered if something in the house was keeping him under. The voice didn't come again that night, but I didn't sleep. I sat there, wide-eyed, watching the closet until the first light of dawn seeped through the window. As the sun rose, the oppressive feeling in the room seemed to lessen slightly, but it never fully disappeared. The next day, I tried to convince myself it was nothing. Stress, fatigue, the mind playing tricks in an unfamiliar place. But when Russo asked why I looked like I hadn't slept, I couldn't bring myself to tell him. What would I even say? That I thought the closet was whispering to me? We spent most of the day out on our bikes, visiting houses, knocking on doors. The fresh air and sunlight helped clear my head, but dread built in my stomach as the day wore on. I knew we'd have to return to that house, to that room, to that closet. During our rounds, I asked some of the neighbors about the house on Ashwood Lane. Most gave me strange looks and changed the subject quickly. One elderly man, however, pulled me aside. "You boys staying at the Wilcox place?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. When I nodded, his face went pale. "Be careful," he said. "That house, it's not right. Never has been. Things happen there. Bad things." Before I could ask what he meant, he hurried away, glancing nervously over his shoulder as if afraid someone might have overheard. By the time we got back, I was bone-tired, the kind of exhaustion that made your legs feel like lead. But as soon as we stepped into that house, the unease came rushing back. The air felt thicker than before, almost syrupy, and there was a new smell, something organic and wrong, like meat left out too long. Dinner was the same bland casserole as the night before, served with Sister Wilcox's unsettling stare. She didn't talk much, but when she did, it was always something strange. That night she fixed her watery eyes on me and said, "You know, some houses have memories, and some rooms. Well, some rooms are better left shut." "What do you mean?" I asked, my fork suspended halfway to my mouth. She smiled, revealing yellowed teeth. "Oh, you'll see. The house always shows people what they need to see, or what it wants them to see." Russo tried to engage her in conversation about her family, the neighborhood, anything normal, but she would only respond with cryptic half-answers and that unsettling smile. That night, I made sure the closet door was shut tight before I climbed into bed. I even jammed a chair against it, just to be safe. Russo teased me for it, calling me paranoid, but I didn't care. "You'll thank me when nothing disturbs our sleep," I said, forcing a laugh that sounded hollow even to my own ears. But the laugh died in my throat when I woke up in the middle of the night to find the chair moved aside and the closet door wide open. This time it wasn't just ajar. It was completely open, revealing the darkness within. And the darkness seemed wrong somehow, too dark, as if light simply couldn't penetrate it. It was like looking into a void that went on forever. The voice was back, clearer this time, and it knew my full name. "Michael Andrews, come here." The voice wasn't loud, but it carried a weight, a sense of command that made my stomach churn. It reverberated through my bones, making my teeth ache. I wanted to scream, to wake Russo, but I couldn't move. It was like something had pinned me to the bed, invisible hands pressing down on my chest, making it hard to breathe. My breath came in shallow gasps as I stared at the open door, the darkness inside seeming deeper than it should have been. Like it wasn't just shadows, but something alive, watching me. I could feel its attention on me, heavy and oppressive, like being stared at by something massive and hungry. The paralysis wasn't just physical. My mind felt trapped too, unable to form coherent thoughts beyond pure primal fear. Time seemed to stretch and distort. Minutes felt like hours as I lay there, helpless. Then I saw it. In the depths of the closet, something moved. Not quickly, but with deliberate slowness, like it wanted me to see it. A shape forming in the darkness, tall, impossibly thin, with limbs that bent in ways that shouldn't be possible. I don't know how long I lay there, paralyzed. When I finally managed to move, every muscle in my body screamed in protest, as if I'd been frozen in place for hours. I didn't dare look inside the closet again. I just reached over and shook Russo awake, harder this time. "We're switching beds," I blurted when his eyes finally opened. "What? Why?" he grumbled, groggy and annoyed. "Just trust me. Please." Something in my voice must have convinced him because he didn't argue further. We switched beds in silence, but I noticed him glancing at the open closet door with newfound wariness. I didn't sleep a wink for the rest of the night. I lay in the bed farther from the closet, watching, waiting. Around 4 a.m, I saw Russo's body stiffen in his sleep. His breathing became labored, and his fingers clutched at the sheets. Whatever had paralyzed me was now focused on him. I wanted to help, to wake him, but fear kept me frozen in place. After what felt like an eternity, he gasped and sat up, his face covered in sweat. "Did you?" he started, then shook his head. "Never mind." But I knew. He'd heard the voice too. By the third night, I was ready to leave. Rules be damned, I couldn't spend another night in that room. My nerves were frayed, and I'd started jumping at every small sound. Even during the day, I felt watched, followed by something just out of sight. But Russo convinced me to stick it out. "A few more days," he said, though his usual confidence was notably absent. "We can handle a few more days." That afternoon, I searched the house while Sister Wilcox was out shopping. I needed to understand what was happening. The other rooms were locked, but I found a narrow door under the stairs that opened into a cramped storage space. Inside, among boxes of moldering clothes and forgotten photographs, I found newspaper clippings, dozens of them, yellowed with age, all about the house. The headlines made my blood turn to ice water. "Family of 4 found dead in Ashwood Lane home. Police baffled by mysterious deaths. 7th tragedy strikes notorious house." The articles spanned decades, different families, different circumstances, but always the same result: death, madness, or disappearance. And in several of the articles, survivors mentioned the same thing: voices from the closet in the upstairs bedroom. That was the night I woke up to find the scratches. 3 long parallel lines across my abdomen, perfectly straight and evenly spaced. They didn't bleed, but they burned like fire, as if someone had dragged red-hot wires across my skin. The pain was so intense it brought tears to my eyes. I stumbled to the bathroom, my hands shaking as I lifted my shirt to stare at them in the mirror. They were too precise, too clean. Not something I could have done to myself, even unconsciously. The skin around them was raised an angry red, and when I touched them, they felt ice cold despite the burning sensation. When I returned to the room, Russo was sitting up in bed, his face pale in the moonlight. Without a word, he lifted his own shirt. 3 identical scratches marked his chest. "We need to leave," he said simply. I nodded, but when we tried to pack our things, we found our bags had been moved. They were in the closet, pushed far back into that impossible darkness. Neither of us was willing to reach in to retrieve them. When I asked Sister Wilcox the next morning if she had any pets, her response sent shivers through me. "No pets," she said, smiling faintly. "But you know this house is haunted, don't you?" She didn't wait for my reply. She just shuffled off, humming to herself, leaving me alone with the gnawing realization that whatever was in this house wasn't done with me yet. But this time, I followed her. She went to a room I hadn't noticed before, at the end of a hallway that seemed longer than the house should accommodate. She unlocked it with an old brass key and slipped inside. I crept closer and peered through the keyhole. What I saw defied explanation. The room was filled with mirrors, hundreds of them, all different sizes and shapes, covering every surface. And in each mirror, I saw a different reflection of Sister Wilcox. Some showed her young, others ancient. Some showed her with features that weren't quite human. Too many teeth, eyes in the wrong places, limbs that bent backwards. She stood in the center, talking to the reflections as if they were old friends. "They're almost ready," she said. "Just a few more nights. The closet is doing its work." One of the reflections, a version of her with hollow black eyes, responded in a voice I recognized. It was the voice from the closet. "The younger one is strong. He resists." "They always do at first," Sister Wilcox replied. "But the house is patient. The house has been feeding for over a century. It knows how to break them." I backed away, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. We had to leave. Tonight. That evening, Russo and I made our plan. We would wait until Sister Wilcox went to bed, then slip out quietly. We'd leave everything behind, our bags, our bikes, everything. Our lives were worth more than our possessions. But the house seemed to sense our intentions. As night fell, the atmosphere grew heavier than ever. The walls seemed to pulse with malevolent life, and the whispers from the closet became a constant stream of voices, dozens, maybe hundreds, all calling our names. We sat on our beds, fully dressed, waiting. Sister Wilcox's footsteps creaked overhead around 10 o'clock, then silence. We waited another hour to be sure. "Now," I whispered. We stood, but the moment our feet touched the floor, the closet door burst open. Not slowly this time. It slammed against the wall with enough force to crack the plaster. The darkness inside began to spill out like liquid shadow, creeping across the floor toward us. In that darkness, I saw them. The previous occupants of this room. Dozens of faces, twisted in eternal anguish, reaching out with desperate, grasping fingers. Their mouths moved in silent screams, and their eyes, God, their eyes were gone, replaced by swirling voids of darkness. "Run!" I shouted, grabbing Russo's arm. We bolted for the door, but it wouldn't budge. The handle turned, but something held it shut. Behind us, the darkness crept closer, and with it came the cold, a bone-deep freeze that made our muscles seize. "The window!" Russo gasped. We rushed to it, fumbling with the old latch. The darkness was almost upon us when finally, blessedly, it opened. We didn't think about the two-story drop. We just jumped. I hit the ground hard, pain shooting through my ankle, but adrenaline kept me moving. Russo landed beside me with a grunt. We ran, limping and stumbling, not stopping until we reached the main road. When we finally dared to look back, the house on Ashwood Lane stood silent and dark. But in the upstairs window, our window, I saw Sister Wilcox. She wasn't alone. The shadows writhed around her, and for just a moment I saw her true face, ancient, inhuman, hungry. She smiled and waved. We left the city that night, hitchhiking until dawn. The mission president was furious when we showed up at his office, disheveled and wild-eyed. But something in our faces must have convinced him. He transferred us immediately, no questions asked. I still have the scars. 3 parallel lines across my stomach that never fully healed. They ache sometimes, especially at night, and when they do, I hear whispers. Not words, just the faint echo of voices calling from a darkness that should not exist. I later learned that Sister Wilcox's house had been condemned years ago after a family of missionaries disappeared there. Officially, it should have been empty. But the house on Ashwood Lane doesn't follow official rules. It has its own needs, its own hunger. And somewhere, in some city, it's still feeding. Still calling names from the darkness of an upstairs closet, waiting for the next unsuspecting souls to answer. I pray you never hear your name whispered from the shadows. And if you do, don't listen. Run. I never thought I'd be telling this story. Hell, I never thought I'd live to tell it. But here I am, sitting in my weather-beaten cabin, pen scratching against paper as I try to make sense of what happened that day in the deep woods of Evergreen County. The name's Jack Hawthorne, and I've been living out here in the backwoods for nigh on 20 years now. Got myself a little slice of heaven, or so I thought, tucked away in these ancient forests. My nearest neighbor's a good 5 miles down a winding dirt road, and that suits me just fine. Always been more comfortable with the company of trees than people, if you know what I mean. It was late October when it all went down, the kind of autumn day that can't quite decide if it wants to be winter yet. The air was crisp, carrying that unmistakable scent of decaying leaves and wood smoke. I remember waking up that morning, bones creaking like the old floorboards of my cabin. The world outside my window was painted in shades of gray, the sky a dull slate that promised rain later. I pulled myself out of bed, shrugging on my old red and black checkered flannel, the one with more patches than original fabric at this point. My work pants, faded and worn, had seen better days, but they were comfortable and sturdy. I laced up my battered work boots, the leather cracked but still holding strong. Those boots had been with me longer than my last dog, rest his soul. Breakfast was a simple affair, strong black coffee and a couple of fried eggs. As I ate, I gazed out the window at the woodpile. It was getting low. Winter was coming, and out here, you don't take chances with the cold. I finished my coffee, rinsed the mug, and headed outside. The air hit me like a slap to the face, cold and damp. I could see my breath hanging in front of me as I made my way to the shed where I keep my tools. The old axe was right where I'd left it, leaning against the weathered wood. I hefted it, feeling the familiar weight in my hands. The handle was smooth from years of use, fitting my grip like it was made for me. I set to work, the rhythmic thud of the axe against wood echoing through the silent forest. Swing, split, stack, swing, split, stack. It was mindless work, the kind that lets your thoughts wander. I found myself thinking about the upcoming winter, mentally cataloging supplies I'd need to stock up on next time I made the long drive into town. By midday, I had a decent pile of firewood ready. My arms ached, a good kind of burn that comes from honest work. I paused, wiping the sweat from my brow with the back of my hand. That's when I heard it. At first, I thought it was just a branch snapping under the weight of a squirrel or maybe a deer. But then it came again. Louder. Closer. There was something off about the sound. It wasn't the casual snap of wildlife moving through the underbrush. This was deliberate. Heavy. I've lived in these woods long enough to know when something's not right. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up and I tightened my grip on the axe. My eyes scanned the tree line, searching for movement. That's when I saw it. At first it was just a shadow, a darker patch among the trees. But as I focused, I realized it was something else, something that didn't belong. It was tall, far taller than any man I'd ever seen. Its body was covered in thick, matted fur that seemed to shift and writhe in the dim light. But it was the way it moved that really got to me. Each step was jerky, unnatural, like its joints weren't quite in the right places. I called out, my voice sounding thin and weak in the suddenly oppressive silence of the forest. "Hey, who's there?" No response, just that eerie stillness. I took a step forward, axe held ready. The thing, because I couldn't bring myself to call it a person, twitched. Its massive head snapped in my direction, and I swear I could feel its gaze boring into me. That's when it let out a sound that'll haunt me till the day I die. It was a roar, but not like any animal I'd ever heard. It was deep, guttural, and filled with a kind of primal rage that sent ice through my veins. And then it charged. I'd like to say I stood my ground, that I faced the thing down with nothing but my axe and my courage. But that'd be a lie. I ran. I ran like I've never run before in my life. The axe fell from my hands as I bolted for the cabin. I could hear it behind me crashing through the underbrush. Each thunderous footfall felt like it was right at my heels. Branches whipped at my face, roots seemed to reach up to trip me, but I didn't slow down. I couldn't. My lungs were burning, every breath a ragged gasp. The cabin seemed impossibly far away. But then, like a miracle, I saw it. The old woodpile, and beyond it, the familiar slanted roof of my home. I hit the porch at full speed, nearly taking the door off its hinges as I burst inside. I slammed it shut behind me, fumbling with the old bolt lock. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely manage it. Outside, I heard the creature crash into the woodpile. Logs went scattering, and another of those bone-chilling roars shook the very walls of the cabin. I stumbled back from the door, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. For a moment, all I could do was stand there, gasping for breath, ears straining for any sound of movement outside. Then slowly, I crept to the window. Peering through a crack in the worn curtains, I saw it. The creature was circling the cabin, its massive form a dark silhouette against the gray sky. Its arms, if you could call them that, hung nearly to the ground, ending in wickedly curved claws that looked like they could tear through the cabin's wooden walls like paper. As I watched, it reared up, slamming those claws into the side of the cabin. The whole structure shook, and I heard wood splintering. It wouldn't take long for it to break through. My mind raced. What the hell was this thing? In all my years in these woods, I'd never seen anything like it. Sure, there were always stories, old tales told by drunks at the bar in town, campfire stories meant to scare kids. But this was real, and it was trying to kill me. I needed a weapon. My eyes fell on the old shotgun mounted above the fireplace. It was more of a decoration these days, a relic from my younger hunting days. But it still worked. At least I hoped it did. Moving as quietly as I could, I retrieved the gun and a handful of shells from a drawer. My hands were shaking as I loaded it, the sound of each shell sliding into place seeming impossibly loud in the quiet cabin. Another crash from outside. More splintering wood. I didn't have much time. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. Then, in one swift motion, I yanked open the door and stepped outside. The creature was there, its massive back turned to me as it clawed at the side of the cabin. At the sound of the door, it whirled around, fixing me with eyes that glowed with an unnatural amber light. For a split second, we just stared at each other. I saw intelligence in those eyes, a cold, alien sort of awareness that chilled me to my core. Then it lunged. I fired. The blast was deafening in the quiet forest. The creature staggered, letting out a howl of pain and rage. But it didn't go down. I fired again, the recoil slamming into my shoulder. This time the thing stumbled back. Dark, viscous fluid oozed from its wounds, but still, it didn't fall. Instead, it fixed me with those glowing eyes one more time, let out another of those soul-shaking roars, and then it turned and ran. I watched, shotgun still raised, as it disappeared into the trees. The forest swallowed it up, leaving nothing but silence and the acrid smell of gunpowder hanging in the air. For a long moment, I just stood there, my ears ringing, trying to process what had just happened. Then, slowly, the adrenaline began to fade, and I started to shake. I stumbled back into the cabin, slamming and locking the door behind me. I spent the rest of that day and night huddled in a corner, shotgun clutched to my chest, jumping at every sound. But the creature didn't return. When dawn finally broke, I ventured outside. The damage to the cabin was extensive. Deep gouges in the wood, the porch steps smashed to kindling. And there, in the soft earth, were the tracks. Massive, misshapen prints that sank deep into the ground. Proof that it hadn't all been some sort of fever dream. I didn't waste any time. I threw some clothes and supplies in my old pickup and hightailed it into town. Went straight to the ranger station and told them everything. They didn't believe me at first, of course. Can't say I blame them. It sounded crazy, even to my own ears. But when they came out to the cabin and saw the damage, the tracks, well, let's just say their tune changed pretty quick. Word spread fast after that. The town was in an uproar. Experts came from all over, poking around in the woods, taking casts of the prints. News crews showed up, eager for a story about the Evergreen County monster. But they never found it. Oh, there were more sightings over the next few weeks. Hikers reporting glimpses of something massive moving through the trees. More tracks found deep in the forest. But no one ever got a clear look at the thing. Eventually, the excitement died down. The experts packed up and left. The news crews found other stories to chase. Life in Evergreen County slowly returned to normal. But not for me. I know what I saw that day. I know what's out there in those woods. These days, I keep the shotgun close at hand. I've reinforced the cabin, added extra locks, and at night when the wind howls through the trees and shadows move outside my windows, I lie awake, listening, waiting. Because I know the truth. There are things in this world we don't understand. Things that lurk in the dark places just beyond the edge of civilization. And sometimes, if we're not careful, we might just stumble upon them. So if you ever find yourself in the backwoods of Evergreen County, keep your eyes open and your wits about you, because you never know what might be watching from the shadows. And take it from me, Some legends are best left undisturbed. But of course, that's not where the story ends. Life has a funny way of throwing curveballs, even when you think you've seen it all. It was about 3 months after my encounter when things started getting weird again. Winter had set in hard, blanketing the woods in a thick layer of snow. The days were short, the nights long and bitter cold. I'd settled into a routine of sorts, chopping wood, tending the fire, and keeping a watchful eye on the tree line. One particularly frigid evening, I was sitting by the fire, nursing a cup of coffee laced with a generous splash of whiskey. The wind was howling outside, rattling the windows and making the cabin creak and groan. I was just about to turn in for the night when I heard it. A long, low howl that cut through the wind like a knife. At first, I tried to convince myself it was just the wind playing tricks. But then it came again, closer this time. My blood ran cold. I knew that sound. It was the same bone-chilling roar I'd heard months ago. I grabbed my shotgun and moved to the window, peering out into the darkness. The world outside was a swirling mess of white, the snow coming down so hard I could barely see past the porch. But there, just at the edge of my vision, I saw movement. A massive, dark shape lumbering through the storm. My heart was pounding so hard I could barely hear anything else. I watched, frozen in place, as the shape drew closer. It paused at the edge of the clearing, and for a moment, I swore those glowing amber eyes were staring right at me. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, it was gone, swallowed up by the storm. I didn't sleep a wink that night. I sat by the window, shotgun in hand, watching and waiting. But the creature didn't return. The next morning I bundled up and ventured outside. The storm had passed, leaving behind a pristine blanket of white, and there, cutting through the snow, were the tracks, massive, misshapen prints leading right up to the edge of the clearing before veering off into the woods. I knew I should have called the rangers right then and there, but something held me back. Maybe it was fear, or maybe it was a growing sense of curiosity. Whatever the reason, I decided to keep this sighting to myself, at least for now. Over the next few weeks, the sightings continued. Always at night, always at the edge of the clearing. The creature never came closer, never tried to attack. It was almost like it was watching me. I started leaving food out, just scraps at first, leftover stew, some jerky. Each morning the plate would be licked clean. I told myself I was just trying to keep it from getting desperate enough to attack, but deep down, I knew there was more to it than that. As winter dragged on, I found myself looking forward to the nightly visits. I'd sit by the window, watching for that familiar shape in the darkness. Sometimes, when the night was clear and the moon was bright, I'd catch a glimpse of its face. It was still terrifying, all matted fur and glowing eyes, but there was something almost sad about it. It was on one of these nights, as I sat watching the creature lumber around the edge of the clearing, that I had a revelation. This thing, whatever it was alone, just like me. Two outcasts surviving on the fringes of a world that had no place for us. Spring came, melting away the snow and bringing new life to the forest. The nightly visits became less frequent, but they didn't stop entirely. I found myself looking forward to them, even missing the creature when it didn't show up for a few days. It was around this time that I started talking to it. Just simple stuff at first, commenting on the weather, complaining about my aching joints. I felt ridiculous, of course. For all I knew, the thing couldn't understand a word I was saying. But it felt good to have someone, or something, to talk to after all these years of solitude. One night, as I was rambling on about my plans to fix up the cabin, I could have sworn I saw the creature nod. It was just a slight movement, barely perceptible in the moonlight. But it was there. That's when things really started to change. I began leaving books out along with the food. Just simple stuff at first. Picture books, the kind you'd give to a kid. But as the weeks went by, I graduated to more complex texts. Field guides about local flora and fauna, history books, even some of my old philosophy texts from my brief stint in college. And the creature, well, it seemed to be reading them. I'd watch from the window as it carefully turned the pages with those massive clawed hands. Sometimes it would spend hours poring over a single book, its glowing eyes moving back and forth across the page. It was on a warm summer night, almost a year after our first violent encounter, that everything changed. I was sitting on the porch, enjoying the cool evening air, when I heard the familiar sound of heavy footsteps approaching. But this time, instead of staying at the edge of the clearing, the creature kept coming. My heart was in my throat as it lumbered up to the porch. This close, I could smell its musky, earthy scent. Could see the intelligence burning in those amber eyes. For a long moment, we just stared at each other. Then, slowly, deliberately, it reached out one massive hand. In its palm was a small, white flower, a trillium, one of the first blooms of spring. With trembling fingers, I took the offering. And as I looked up to meet its gaze, I saw something I never expected to see in those alien features: a smile. From that night on, our relationship changed. The creature, which I had started calling Buddy in my head, became a regular visitor, not just at night, but during the day as well. We'd sit on the porch together, me talking, Buddy listening, and occasionally making gestures that I began to interpret as a form of communication. I learned that Buddy was incredibly intelligent. It, or perhaps he, though I was never quite sure, had an insatiable curiosity about the world. We'd spend hours looking through books together, with me explaining concepts and Buddy soaking it all in. But it wasn't all peaceful. There were still moments when Buddy's wild nature would shine through. Times when a sudden movement or loud noise would send him into a frenzy, his powerful limbs lashing out, those wicked claws leaving deep gouges in the wood of the porch. And there were the nightmares. Sometimes, in the dead of night, I'd be woken by heart-wrenching howls coming from the woods. On these nights, I'd find Buddy huddled at the edge of the clearing, shaking and whimpering like a wounded animal. It was after one of these episodes that I made a decision. I couldn't keep Buddy a secret any longer. He needed help, real, professional help that I couldn't provide. And more than that, the world needed to know about him. Not as some monster to be feared, but as a sentient, intelligent being deserving of respect and protection. So, with a heavy heart, I picked up the phone and called the Rangers. Told them everything, about the initial attack, the nightly visits, the growing bond between us. They listened in silence, and when I was done, they said they'd be out first thing in the morning. That night, as Buddy and I sat on the porch watching the stars, I tried to explain what was going to happen. I don't know how much he understood, but as the first light of dawn started to creep over the horizon, he stood up and lumbered off into the woods. Somehow I knew he wouldn't be back. The Rangers arrived a few hours later, along with a team of scientists and government officials. They combed the woods for days, but found no trace of Buddy beyond the tracks and claw marks around my cabin. In the years since, I've told this story countless times, to researchers, journalists, cryptozoologists, and anyone else who would listen. Some believe me, some don't. There have been other sightings over the years, reports of a large, fur-covered creature roaming the deep woods, but nothing conclusive. As for me, I still live in my little cabin in the woods, still keep a watchful eye on the tree line, and every now and then, on quiet nights when the moon is full, I could swear I hear a familiar howl echoing through the trees. It serves as a reminder that there's still mystery in this world, that there are things out there beyond our understanding. And sometimes, if we're lucky, we get a glimpse of them. So if you find yourself in these woods and you see something moving in the shadows, don't be afraid. It might just be my old friend Buddy, still out there, still learning, still wondering about the strange two-legged creatures that share his forest home. Because in the end, aren't we all just trying to understand each other a little better? It was the summer of 2015, and I had been a park ranger for about 7 years by then. My name is Alex Cooper, and my job at Blackwood Grove National Park wasn't glamorous. Mostly, I kept an eye on tourists, made sure the trails were clear, and handled the occasional wildlife encounter. The wilderness of the Pacific Northwest can be a harsh teacher, but I loved it out there, far away from the city's chaos. There's a purity in the forest, a sense that everything has its place. But that summer, I found something that didn't belong, something that left me questioning the very nature of reality. I had been stationed at Evergreen Lake, a remote stretch of wilderness known for its dense forests and pristine waters. Not many visitors ventured out that far. Most were content with the more accessible trails closer to the highway. Evergreen Lake was different, though. The few who made the trek were rewarded with solitude, a place where the only sounds were the wind through the trees and the occasional call of a loon across the water. One evening, just before sunset, I got a call over the radio from a hiker named Mike, who reported that his buddy Sarah had gone missing. They'd been hiking the old Cedar Trail, a path that hadn't been maintained in years, but the locals still used it now and then. It was supposed to be a quick hike, just a few hours, but Sarah had been missing for almost 3 hours by the time Mike reached out. I grabbed my gear and set out immediately. The sun was sinking lower, casting long shadows through the trees, and I knew we didn't have much time before darkness made the search even more challenging. I met Mike near the trailhead, and he was visibly shaken, sweating despite the cooling air, his hands trembling as he tried to explain what had happened. "Sarah was ahead of me, just around the bend," Mike said, pointing into the forest. "We were talking, and then nothing. I didn't hear her scream or anything, but when I rounded the corner, she was just gone." I've dealt with plenty of missing persons cases in my time, but something about Mike's story didn't sit right with me. There was a tension in his voice, a kind of suppressed panic that suggested more than just concern for a friend. But I put that aside for the moment and focused on the task at hand. We started down the trail together, my flashlight cutting through the encroaching darkness. The old Cedar Trail was as rough as I remembered, overgrown with brambles and thick roots that seemed intent on tripping us with every step. It was slow going, and the deeper we went, the more I could feel a heaviness in the air, like the forest itself was holding its breath. About a mile in, we found Sarah's backpack, half buried under a pile of leaves off to the side of the trail. It looked like it had been tossed there deliberately, not dropped or forgotten. That's when the first real sliver of unease crept into my mind. I glanced at Mike, who was staring at the pack with wide eyes, but he said nothing. We pressed on, calling out Sarah's name, but the forest seemed to swallow our voices. It was eerily quiet. No birds, no rustling leaves, just the sound of our footsteps and the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. After another hour of searching, we reached a small clearing, the kind that hikers sometimes use as a campsite. That's when we saw it. There was a fire pit in the center of the clearing, but the ashes were cold, long abandoned. Surrounding it were crude, childlike carvings in the trees, twisted faces and symbols that I didn't recognize. They had been scratched into the bark with something sharp, and the cuts were fresh. The carvings gave me a chill, but what really set my heart racing was what lay in the middle of the clearing. A crude effigy, made of sticks and vines, stood about 5 feet tall, with a head shaped from an old hollowed-out gourd. The gourd's face was carved into a grotesque grin, and the eyes were nothing more than empty holes. Dangling from the effigy's arms were strips of cloth, torn and frayed, as if they had been ripped from someone's clothing. Mike's face went pale when he saw it, and he stumbled back a step, muttering something under his breath. I approached the effigy slowly, the hair on the back of my neck standing up. There was something wrong about it, something that felt deeply unnatural. That's when I noticed the blood. It wasn't immediately obvious, but as I got closer, I saw that the gourd's mouth had been smeared with dark, dried blood, and there were splatters on the ground around the base of the effigy. My heart was pounding in my chest, but I forced myself to keep moving, to figure out what the hell was going on. Then I heard it. A faint rustling in the bushes just beyond the clearing. I swung my flashlight around, but the beam only caught glimpses of movement, shadows shifting between the trees. Mike was practically hyperventilating now, his eyes darting around the clearing as if expecting something to leap out at us. "Mike," I said quietly, "stay close. We need to figure out what happened to Sarah." He nodded, though he didn't seem reassured. I could tell he was close to breaking, and I needed him to keep it together if we were going to get out of this alive. We skirted the edge of the clearing, moving toward the source of the rustling. My hand was on my radio, ready to call for backup. but something made me hesitate. The situation felt off. I didn't want to alert anyone else until I knew what we were dealing with. As we pushed through the underbrush, I caught sight of a figure hunched over on the ground, about 20 yards ahead. At first, I thought it was Sarah, but as we got closer, I realized it was a man. His clothes were torn, and he was covered in dirt and scratches. He looked up at us with wild, terrified eyes, and I saw that his hands were bound with rough rope. "Please," he whispered, his voice hoarse. "Help me." I knelt beside him, quickly cutting the ropes with my knife. "It's okay," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. "You're safe now." "What happened?" He didn't answer right away, just stared at me with those wide, frightened eyes. Finally, he spoke, his voice barely audible. "She took them into the woods, one by one." "Who?" I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer. "The woman," he said, his voice trembling. "She said the forest needed sacrifices, that the old spirits demanded it." A cold dread settled in the pit of my stomach. I had heard stories, of course, old legends about the forest and the spirits that were said to dwell within it. But they were just that, stories. Or at least, I had always thought so. "Where did she take them?" I pressed, trying to keep the man focused. He pointed deeper into the woods toward a part of the forest that even I hadn't ventured into. "There's a cave hidden in the rocks. That's where she keeps them." Mike was standing a few feet away, his face pale as a ghost. "We need to get out of here," he whispered urgently. "We need to get out now." But I couldn't leave, not yet. Not without knowing what had happened to Sarah and whoever else this mad woman had taken. "You can go back to the trailhead, Mike," I said, though I didn't really believe he'd make it back on his own. "But I need to check out that cave." Mike looked at me like I was insane, and maybe I was. But something inside me, some instinct or maybe just plain stubbornness, wouldn't let me walk away. "I'm coming with you," Mike said finally, though his voice was shaking. "I can't let you go in there alone." I nodded, relieved to have him with me, even if he was scared out of his mind. We helped the man to his feet, and he clung to me like a lifeline as we started toward the cave. The forest seemed to close in around us as we walked, the trees looming taller, the shadows growing darker. I could feel eyes on us, watching from the darkness, but every time I turned to look, there was nothing there. After what felt like hours, we reached the base of a rocky hill. The man pointed to a narrow crevice in the rock, barely visible behind a tangle of vines. "In there," he said, his voice little more than a whisper. I handed the man my radio and flashlight, instructing him to stay put and call for help if anything happened. Then, with Mike close behind, I squeezed through the opening into the cave. The air inside was cool and damp, and the light from my flashlight barely penetrated the darkness. The passage was narrow, forcing us to move single file, and the walls were lined with more of those strange carvings, faces twisted in agony, symbols that seemed to pulse with malevolence. We hadn't gone far when the passage opened into a larger chamber. The smell hit me first, a stench of decay and something else, something almost metallic. My flashlight swept across the chamber, revealing a scene that will haunt me for the rest of my days. The floor was littered with bones, human bones, picked clean and piled in grotesque patterns. In the center of the chamber was a large stone altar stained with blood, and on the altar lay Sarah, or what was left of her. Her body was mutilated beyond recognition, her eyes staring blankly at the ceiling as if frozen in the moment of her last horrified breath. My heart skipped a beat as I realized the extent of the horror that had taken place here. Mike let out a strangled cry, the sound echoing off the stone walls, and I had to grab his arm to keep him from collapsing. My mind was reeling, but I couldn't afford to lose focus. I forced myself to move, to approach the altar, though every instinct screamed at me to run, to leave this accursed place behind. But I didn't run. I had to understand. I had to know who or what could do something so monstrous. That's when I saw her. The woman was standing at the far end of the chamber, half hidden in the shadows, watching us with an expression that sent a jolt of fear through my spine. She was tall, gaunt, with wild eyes and a face that seemed to have forgotten how to smile. Her clothes were ragged, stained with blood and dirt, and she held a knife in one hand, the blade still wet. "You shouldn't have come here," she said, her voice calm, almost gentle, which somehow made it even more terrifying. "The forest demands its due, and I am its servant." I raised my flashlight, trying to get a better look at her, but she stepped back into the shadows, merging with the darkness like she was part of it. Mike was frozen beside me, his breath coming in short, panicked gasps. "Why?" I demanded, my voice trembling with a mixture of anger and fear. "Why did you do this?" The woman laughed, a hollow, humorless sound that echoed eerily in the chamber. "You wouldn't understand," she said. "The spirits of the forest, they need blood, they need sacrifice. Without it, they will take it from us in ways far worse than you can imagine." Her words chilled me to the bone, but I forced myself to stay focused. I needed to get us out of there, but I also needed to keep this woman talking, to find a way to stop her before she could do any more harm. "You don't have to do this," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "We can help you. There are people who can help you." The woman shook her head, a sad, resigned look on her face. "It's too late for that," she murmured. "Too late for all of us." Before I could react, she moved with a speed I didn't think possible. One moment she was across the chamber, and the next she was right in front of me, the knife flashing in the dim light. I barely had time to dodge, the blade grazing my arm as I stumbled backward. Mike snapped out of his daze, lunging at the woman with a desperate shout. The two of them grappled, their movements chaotic and violent, but the woman was too strong, too quick. She twisted out of Mike's grip, shoving him to the ground and raising the knife for a killing blow. Without thinking, I grabbed a loose rock from the ground and hurled it at the woman's head. It struck her just above the ear, and she staggered, dropping the knife. Mike scrambled to his feet, but the woman was already recovering, her eyes wild with rage. I knew we had only seconds before she regained her balance and came at us again. My mind raced, searching for a way out, when I remembered the man waiting outside the cave. He had the radio. "Go!" I shouted at Mike, pushing him toward the entrance. "Get help, I'll hold her off." Mike hesitated, his eyes flicking between me and the crazed woman, but I didn't give him a choice. I shoved him harder, and he finally turned and ran, disappearing through the narrow passage. The woman snarled, lunging at me with a feral intensity that took me by surprise. I barely managed to dodge her swing, backing up toward the altar, trying to put as much distance between us as possible. But the chamber was small, and there wasn't much room to maneuver. "You can't stop this," the woman hissed, her voice dripping with madness. "The forest will have its due, one way or another." I didn't respond, my focus solely on staying alive. She charged again, and this time I was ready. I sidestepped her attack, grabbing the knife she had dropped earlier, and swung it in a wide arc. The blade caught her arm, drawing blood, but it didn't slow her down. She came at me again, and we clashed in a brutal, desperate struggle. Her strength was inhuman, fueled by whatever dark force had driven her to this madness. I fought with everything I had, but I could feel myself tiring, my movements growing sluggish. Just when I thought I couldn't hold out any longer, I heard a voice from the entrance of the cave. "Freeze! Drop the weapon!" I turned to see several park rangers and police officers, their guns trained on the woman. For a moment she seemed to consider fighting, but then something in her broke. She dropped to her knees, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and resignation, and the knife clattered to the ground. The officers moved in quickly, restraining her and pulling her away from the altar. I collapsed against the stone, my whole body shaking with adrenaline and exhaustion. As they led the woman away, I could hear her muttering under her breath, words that made no sense but carried a deep, unsettling madness. "The forest, the spirits, they'll come for you. They'll come." I didn't sleep that night, or for many nights after. Years later, I can still hear her voice in my dreams, warning of something ancient and malevolent lurking in those woods. The authorities found more bodies in that cave, all in various stages of decay. The press had a field day with the story, dubbing the woman the Evergreen Lake Butcher. They said she was just a lunatic, a deranged killer who used old folklore as an excuse for her crimes. But I know better. I saw the carvings, the effigy, the look in her eyes when she spoke of the spirits. There was something more to it, something I couldn't explain, something that still haunts me. I resigned from the Park Service not long after that. I moved away, far from the forests and the memories they held. But even now, in the quiet moments, I sometimes feel a presence, a weight in the air that reminds me of those dark woods. And I wonder if maybe, just maybe, the woman was right. If the forest really does demand its due, and if one day it will come for me too. As I sit here writing this account, I can't help but feel a chill run down my spine. The memories of that night are as vivid as ever, and the questions they raise still keep me awake at night. What really happened in those woods? Was the woman truly insane, or was she tapping into something beyond our understanding? I've spent years researching folklore and mythology, trying to make sense of what I experienced. I've found stories from all over the world of forests demanding sacrifices, of ancient spirits that hunger for blood. But are they just stories, or is there some terrible truth behind them? I've never told anyone the full story before. My official report was sanitized, stripped of the more fantastical elements. Who would believe me anyway? A seasoned park ranger claiming to have encountered some kind of ancient, bloodthirsty forest spirit? I'd be laughed out of any room I told it in. But the nightmares persist. Sometimes I dream I'm back in that cave, but this time, I'm the one on the altar. I feel the cold stone against my back, smell the metallic tang of blood in the air, and see shadowy figures looming over me, their eyes glowing with an otherworldly hunger. I always wake up in a cold sweat, my heart pounding, the echoes of inhuman whispers still ringing in my ears. It's been years since that night, but its effects linger. I can't look at a forest the same way anymore. What once seemed peaceful and serene now feels ominous and watchful. Every rustle of leaves sounds like whispered threats. Every shadow between the trees, a potential hiding place for something ancient and malevolent. I've tried to move on, to build a new life away from the wilderness. I took a job in the city, surrounded myself with the comforts of modern life. But the forest calls to me even now. Sometimes I catch myself staring out the window of my apartment, gazing at the distant tree line on the horizon. In those moments, I swear I can hear it calling my name, urging me to return. I've spoken to therapists, trying to make sense of my experiences and the trauma they've left behind. They talk about PTSD, about the mind's way of coping with extreme stress. They suggest that perhaps the supernatural elements I remember were just my brain's way of processing the horrors I witnessed. It's a comforting theory, one that would let me file away that night as nothing more than a terrible but explicable tragedy. But then I remember the look in that woman's eyes, the absolute conviction in her voice when she spoke of the forest's demands. I remember the carvings on the trees, the effigy in the clearing, the inexplicable strength she possessed. And I know, deep in my bones, that what happened that night was more than just the actions of a deranged individual. I've tried to track down Mike and the man we rescued, hoping to corroborate my memories, to reassure myself that I'm not losing my mind. But Mike moved away shortly after the incident, leaving no forwarding address. And the man, well, the official report says he was treated for shock and released, but I've never been able to find him. It's like he vanished into thin air, swallowed up by the very forest we rescued him from. Sometimes I wonder if I should go back. Face my fears, confront the forest on its own terms. But then I remember the woman's words. The forest will have its due. What if by returning, I'm offering myself up as the next sacrifice? What if my very curiosity is playing into some cosmic game I can't even begin to understand? And yet, despite the fear, despite the nightmares, there's a part of me that yearns for answers. I find myself poring over old maps of the area, tracing the contours of Evergreen Lake and the surrounding woods. I've even caught myself planning hiking routes, plotting a course back to that clearing, that cave. But I always stop myself, because deep down, I know the truth. The forest is patient. It has waited for millennia, and it can wait a while longer. Whether I return or not, whether I seek answers or hide from them, the outcome will be the same. One day the forest will call in its debt, and on that day, I'll have no choice but to answer. As I finish writing this account, I can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched. The hairs on the back of my neck are standing up, and there's a heaviness in the air that reminds me all too much of that night in the woods. I tell myself it's just paranoia, just the lingering effects of trauma. But then I hear it. A faint whisper, barely audible, coming from somewhere behind me. I spin around, my heart racing, but there's nothing there. Just the empty room of my city apartment, far from any forest. And yet, as I turn back to my desk, I could swear I catch a glimpse of something in the mirror. For just a moment, I see not my own reflection, but a sea of trees, dark and ancient, their branches reaching out as if to pull me in. I blink, and the image is gone. But the whisper remains, a soft, insistent sound that seems to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. And as I sit here, my hands shaking as I type these final words, I realize a chilling truth. The forest has found me, and it's time to pay my dues. Growing up in rural Utah during the summer of 2018, I had just turned 14 and felt invincible. Our family owned 43 acres of rugged terrain that backed up against thousands of acres of national forest land. The property had been in our family for 3 generations, and every tree, every rock formation, every hidden creek bed was as familiar to me as the freckles on my arms. My parents both worked long shifts at the copper mine about 20 miles south of our property. Dad left before dawn, and Mom followed an hour later, leaving me with a list of chores and strict instructions to stay within shouting distance of the house. But that summer, with the oppressive heat and the endless days stretching before me, those instructions became more like suggestions I chose to ignore. The isolation never bothered me before. Our nearest neighbor lived 4 miles away, and the silence of the wilderness felt comforting rather than threatening. I'd grown up with the sounds of coyotes howling at dusk, the crash of elk moving through the underbrush, and the rustle of smaller creatures scurrying through fallen leaves. These were the sounds of home. My routine that summer involved completing my chores by mid-morning, then spending the hottest part of the day exploring. I had discovered old mining claims scattered throughout the forest, rusted equipment left behind from the silver rush of the early 1900s. There were also Native American petroglyphs carved into sandstone cliffs, and hidden pools fed by underground springs where the water stayed cold even in July. But my favorite destination was my maternal grandparents' property, located about 1.5 miles through the densest part of our forest. Their small ranch house sat in a cleared meadow, and Grandma Rose always had fresh-baked cookies cooling on the kitchen counter. The hike there took me through terrain that shifted from high desert scrub to dense pine forest, across 2 seasonal creek beds, and up a steep rocky incline that always left me breathless. The path I'd worn over the years wound between massive Douglas fir trees, some of them easily 200 years old. Their trunks were so wide that 3 people holding hands couldn't encircle them. The canopy they created blocked out most of the harsh Utah sun, creating a natural air conditioning system that made the forest floor cool and inviting even during the hottest summer days. I knew every landmark along the way: the lightning-split oak tree that served as my halfway marker, the boulder shaped like a sleeping bear where I sometimes rested, and the small clearing where wild strawberries grew in late June. This knowledge gave me confidence, perhaps too much confidence, as I would later learn. The first sign that something had changed came during the last week of June. I was making my usual afternoon trek to visit Grandma Rose when I noticed the forest had grown unusually quiet. At first, I attributed it to the heat wave that had settled over central Utah, pushing temperatures well above normal for that time of year. Animals often became less active during extreme heat, seeking shade and conserving energy. But this silence felt different, more complete somehow. Usually, even during the hottest days, I could hear the steady percussion of woodpeckers working dead trees, the chatter of squirrels defending their territories, or the rustle of chipmunks darting through the underbrush. Now there was nothing except the sound of my own footsteps crackling through dried pine needles and fallen leaves. The trees themselves seemed to lean inward, creating darker shadows than I remembered. Patches of sunlight that once dappled the forest floor appeared smaller, more scattered. Even the air felt heavier, as if the atmosphere itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. I tried to shake off the unease that was building in my chest. After all, I'd walked this path hundreds of times over the years. I knew every root that jutted up to catch an unwary foot, every low-hanging branch that might snag a backpack. The forest was my domain, my sanctuary. Nothing here could hurt me. But the sensation persisted, growing stronger with each step. The normal landmarks seemed slightly off, as if someone had moved them just a few inches when I wasn't looking. The lightning-split oak appeared more twisted, its dead branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. The bear-shaped boulder cast a shadow that looked less like a sleeping animal and more like a crouched predator ready to pounce. Even the familiar sense of the forest seemed muted. The rich smell of decomposing leaves, the fresh pine fragrance that usually filled my nostrils, the earthy aroma of damp soil near the creek beds. All of it was faded, as if someone had sucked the life out of the very air I was breathing. By the time I reached the small clearing where wild strawberries grew, my hands were clammy with perspiration that had nothing to do with physical exertion. The berry patch, which should have been heavy with ripe fruit, was withered and brown. The plants looked as if they'd been hit by frost, despite the sweltering heat that had dominated the weather for weeks. I stood at the edge of that dying clearing for several minutes, every instinct in my body screaming at me to turn around and go home. But teenage pride and stubborn curiosity won out over common sense. I convinced myself that I was being ridiculous, letting my imagination run wild over what was probably just a natural dry spell affecting the local wildlife. I pressed onward through the increasingly oppressive forest, determined to reach my grandparents' house before whatever was causing my unease could manifest into something real. The temperature had begun to drop noticeably, and when I looked up through the canopy, I could see thick, dark clouds building on the western horizon. Utah summer storms could be violent and unpredictable, rolling in with little warning and unleashing torrents of rain, hail, and dangerous lightning. The high elevation and rocky terrain created perfect conditions for flash floods, and I'd seen firsthand how quickly dry creek beds could become raging rivers. The wind began to pick up, causing the massive pines to sway and groan. The sound was different from anything I'd heard before, not the usual whisper of air moving through branches, but something deeper, more menacing. It was as if the trees themselves were voicing their distress, warning me to seek shelter immediately. I quickened my pace, no longer taking time to appreciate the natural beauty around me. My focus narrowed to the path ahead and the increasingly urgent need to reach safety. The storm clouds were building with unnatural speed, turning the sky from blue to gray to an ominous green-black that made my stomach clench with fear. The first raindrops began to fall just as I passed the bear-shaped boulder. They were huge, heavy droplets that struck the ground with audible impacts, sending up small puffs of dust from the drought-hardened earth. Within minutes, the sporadic drops became a steady spattering, then a proper downpour that soaked through my t-shirt and jeans. Thunder rumbled overhead, starting as a distant growl but quickly becoming a bone-deep vibration that I could feel in my chest. The lightning wasn't far behind. Brilliant white flashes that illuminated the forest in stark, momentary detail before plunging everything back into premature twilight. I pulled the hood of my jacket over my head and hunched my shoulders against the driving rain. The familiar path was becoming treacherous as the dry earth turned to slippery mud. Roots and rocks that I'd stepped over safely thousands of times now became hazards that threatened to send me tumbling face first into the muck. The storm's intensity increased with every passing minute. What had started as large scattered raindrops became sheets of water that hammered down through the forest canopy. The wind whipped the trees into a frenzied dance, and I could hear the sharp crack of branches snapping under the strain. Lightning struck somewhere nearby, the flash so bright it left purple after images dancing in my vision. The thunder that followed was instantaneous, an explosive crack that made my ears ring. The acrid smell of ozone and burned wood filled the air, mixing with the sense of wet earth and vegetation. I was still at least half a mile from my grandparents' house when I realized this wasn't just a normal summer storm. The violence of the weather, the way it had appeared so suddenly, The almost supernatural darkness that seemed to be pressing down on the forest. None of it felt natural. I was struggling through ankle-deep mud using tree trunks for support and trying to keep my footing on the increasingly treacherous path when I heard it for the first time. It started as a low moan that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, a sound that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up despite the cold rain soaking through my clothes. The moan built in intensity, rising and falling like some sort of primitive musical instrument played by an insane musician. It wasn't the howl of a coyote or the roar of a mountain lion, both sounds I'd heard many times before. This was something else entirely, something that my brain couldn't categorize or explain. I stopped moving and pressed my back against the rough bark of a massive pine tree, trying to pinpoint the direction the sound was coming from. But the acoustics of the storm-lashed forest made it impossible to locate the source. The wailing seemed to bounce off tree trunks and rock formations, creating an echo effect that made it sound like multiple sources surrounding me. My heart began to pound so hard I could feel it in my throat. Every rational part of my mind was trying to explain away what I was hearing. Maybe it was just the wind moving through a rock formation in an unusual way. Maybe a tree had fallen and was rubbing against another tree, creating that horrible moaning sound. Maybe it was an injured animal, something large that had been caught in the storm. But deep in my gut, in that primitive part of my brain that had kept my ancestors alive for millions of years, I knew this wasn't any of those things. This was something else, something wrong, something that shouldn't exist in the safe, familiar forest I'd explored my entire life. The wailing stopped abruptly, leaving only the sounds of rain and wind and my own ragged breathing. I waited, pressed against that tree trunk, counting my heartbeats and straining to hear anything that might give me a clue about what was out there. The silence stretched on for what felt like hours, but was probably only a few minutes. Then I saw the light. It appeared between the trees about 50 yards away, a pale flickering glow that bobbed and weaved as if someone was carrying a lantern through the forest. My first reaction was relief. Another person, probably my grandfather, coming to look for me in the storm. I opened my mouth to call out, to let him know where I was. But something stopped me. The light was moving wrong, swaying too erratically to be carried by a person walking. It would disappear behind one tree trunk, then reappear much closer than it should have been, as if it was moving faster than human walking speed. Sometimes it seemed to be at ground level, sometimes higher up, as if floating through the air. The moaning started again, and this time I could tell it was coming from the direction of the light. The sound was clearer now, less distorted by distance and the storm. It wasn't the cry of any animal I'd ever heard. It was almost human-like in its cadence, but there was something fundamentally wrong with it, something that made my skin crawl and my stomach turn. I realized I was holding my breath, trying to make myself as small and invisible as possible. Every instinct was screaming at me to run, to get away from whatever was making that horrible sound and carrying that impossible light. But my legs felt like they were made of lead, and my rational mind was still trying to process what I was experiencing. The light was getting closer. Terror finally broke through my paralysis when the wailing came again, so much closer that I could feel it vibrating in my bones. I pushed myself away from the tree trunk and began to run, abandoning the familiar path and crashing through the underbrush in whatever direction seemed to lead away from that approaching light. Branches tore at my clothes and scratched my face as I stumbled through the darkness. The storm had turned the forest floor into a treacherous obstacle course of slippery roots, hidden rocks and mud-filled depressions that threatened to twist my ankle with every step. Rain continued to pour down through the canopy, turning everything into a gray, watery blur. Behind me, the wailing continued, sometimes seeming to fade as I put distance between myself and the source, then returning with renewed intensity as if the thing was keeping pace with me. The light appeared and disappeared between the trees, sometimes visible from the corner of my eye, sometimes seeming to be right on top of me before vanishing again. I had no idea which direction I was heading. The familiar landmarks that usually guided me through the forest were invisible in the storm and darkness. I was running purely on adrenaline and panic, pushing deeper into territory I'd never explored. into sections of the national forest that were wild and unmapped. The terrain began to change as I fled. The gentle slopes and well-spaced trees of the area near my grandparents' property gave way to steeper inclines and dense thickets of scrub oak and juniper. I was moving into higher elevation, into country that was rougher and less forgiving. My lungs burned as I struggled up an increasingly steep slope, my feet sliding backward in the mud with each step. The wailing behind me seemed to be getting closer, more urgent, as if whatever was making that sound was becoming frustrated by the chase. The tone had changed from mournful to angry, and there was something in that change that filled me with an even deeper terror. Lightning struck a tree somewhere nearby, the crack of splitting wood so close I could smell the smoke and feel the static electricity in the air. For a moment, the entire forest was illuminated in stark detail, and I caught a glimpse of what lay ahead. A wall of red sandstone rising up into the darkness, broken by narrow canyons and crevices. I was entering the Badlands, the section of the national forest where the geology shifted from forest to desert, where centuries of erosion had carved the landscape into a maze of slot canyons and towering rock formations. It was beautiful country but dangerous, especially in a storm. Flash floods could turn any of those narrow canyons into death traps in a matter of minutes. But I couldn't stop running. The thing behind me, whatever it was, seemed to be gaining ground. The light was visible more frequently now, and the wailing had taken on an almost triumphant quality that made my blood freeze. I was being hunted, and my pursuer was enjoying the chase. I reached the base of the sandstone wall just as another lightning strike illuminated the area. There, carved into the rock face about 20 feet to my right, was the dark mouth of a cave or crevice. Without hesitation, I scrambled toward it, my hands scraping against the rough stone as I pulled myself up the steep slope. The opening in the rock face was larger than it had appeared from a distance, wide enough for me to squeeze through sideways, and tall enough that I didn't have to duck once I was inside. The cave extended back into the sandstone for what looked like 15 or 20 feet before narrowing to a crack too small for a human to navigate. I pressed myself against the back wall and tried to control my breathing, which was coming in ragged gasps that echoed off the stone walls. The cave provided shelter from the storm, but it also trapped me. If whatever was pursuing me found the entrance, I would have nowhere to go. Outside, the storm continued to rage, but the sounds were muffled by the surrounding rock. I could still hear the wind and the drumming of rain, but they seemed distant now, almost peaceful compared to the terror I'd experienced in the forest. For the first time since I'd heard that initial wailing, I felt relatively safe. That feeling didn't last long. The moaning started again, much closer than before. It seemed to be coming from directly outside the cave entrance, and it had changed again. The angry, frustrated tone was gone, replaced by something that sounded almost pleased, as if my pursuer had found exactly what it was looking for. I held my breath and pressed myself deeper into the shadows at the back of the cave. Through the entrance, I could see the pale light flickering back and forth, casting weird shadows on the opposite wall of the narrow canyon. Whatever was out there was taking its time now, no longer rushing through the forest but moving with deliberate purpose. The light paused directly in front of the cave entrance, and for a horrible moment I thought I was trapped. But then it moved on, continuing down the canyon, and the wailing began to fade. I waited, counting to 100, then 200, before I dared to move closer to the entrance and peer outside. The storm was beginning to weaken. The rain had decreased from a torrential downpour to a steady shower, and the wind was no longer whipping the trees into a frenzy. But the darkness remained absolute, broken only by occasional flashes of lightning that illuminated the bizarre landscape of eroded rock formations. I settled back against the cave wall and tried to figure out what to do next. I was lost, soaked to the skin, and miles from home in terrain I didn't recognize. My grandparents would be worried when I didn't show up, and my parents would be frantic when they returned from work to find me missing. But venturing back into the forest while that thing was still out there seemed like suicide. The smart thing to do was wait for daylight. Whatever was hunting me seemed to prefer the darkness and the storm. Maybe when the sun came up, I could find my way home safely. Maybe the thing would retreat to wherever it had come from, leaving me free to navigate back to familiar territory. But as the hours dragged by, sleep became impossible. Every sound from outside the cave, the drip of water from the stone ceiling, the rustle of wind through the canyon, the distant howl of a genuine coyote, made me jump and strain my ears for that horrible wailing. Several times I was sure I could see that pale light flickering somewhere in the distance, but it might have been my imagination playing tricks on me. The temperature in the cave dropped steadily as the night wore on, and my wet clothes provided no protection against the cold. I hugged my knees to my chest and tried to conserve body heat, but by midnight I was shivering uncontrollably. The combination of terror, exhaustion, and hypothermia was beginning to take its toll. Time seemed to crawl as I huddled in that stone sanctuary, listening to the storm gradually weaken outside. My watch had stopped working, probably damaged by the rain or the impact of my headlong flight through the forest, so I had no way to tell how long I'd been trapped in the cave. It felt like days, but my rational mind knew it could only have been a few hours. The worst part was the waiting, the not knowing if the thing that had pursued me was still out there, still hunting. Several times throughout the night I thought I heard that horrible wailing in the distance, carried on the wind from somewhere deeper in the canyons, but it was faint, distorted by the rock formations, and I couldn't be sure if it was real or just my terrified imagination conjuring sounds from the natural acoustics of the storm. As the hours passed, I began to second-guess everything that had happened. Had I really seen that impossible light moving through the forest? Had something actually been chasing me? Or had I simply panicked during the storm and run blindly through the woods until I'd gotten myself thoroughly lost? The rational part of my mind wanted to believe it had all been a product of fear and darkness and the disorienting effects of the violent weather. But my body knew better. The scratches on my face and arms from thorns and branches were real enough. The mud caked on my clothes and the exhaustion that had settled into my bones were evidence that my flight through the forest had been genuine, even if I couldn't quite believe the reason for it. The cold was becoming a serious problem. My core temperature was dropping, and I was developing the early stages of hypothermia. My thoughts were becoming sluggish, and I had to fight the urge to curl up on the cave floor and go to sleep. I knew that if I lost consciousness in these conditions, I might not wake up. I forced myself to stay active, doing jumping jacks and push-ups in the confined space of the cave, anything to get my blood flowing and generate some body heat. The exercise also helped keep my mind occupied, preventing it from dwelling on the terror of the night or the very real possibility that I might not survive until morning. Somewhere around what I guessed was 3 or 4 in the morning, the rain finally stopped. The sudden absence of that constant drumming sound was almost as unsettling as the storm itself had been. Now I could hear every small noise from the canyon outside, the drip of water from rock formations, the rustle of small animals moving through the brush, the distant splash of a stream that had probably been created by runoff from the storm. But I didn't hear the wailing anymore. Whatever had been out there seemed to have moved on, leaving me alone in the darkness with only my fears for company. The thought should have been comforting, but instead it filled me with a different kind of dread. Where had it gone? Was it waiting somewhere nearby for me to emerge from my hiding place? Or had it simply lost interest and returned to whatever dark corner of the world it had emerged from? The silence stretched on, broken only by natural sounds that gradually became more frequent as the storm's violence faded. I could hear insects beginning to chirp, the distant call of an owl, the splash and gurgle of water moving through the canyon. Life was returning to normal, as if the terror of the previous hours had never happened. But I knew I would never be the same. Something had changed in that forest. Some boundary had been crossed that couldn't be uncrossed. The safe, familiar wilderness of my childhood was gone forever, replaced by a place where impossible things could hunt you through the darkness and drive you to hide in holes in the ground like a frightened animal. The first hints of dawn came as a gradual lightening of the darkness at the cave entrance. The black void outside slowly shifted to deep purple, then to gray, then to the pale gold of early morning sunlight slanting through the canyon. I had never been so grateful to see the sun in my entire life. As visibility improved, I could see that I was indeed far from home. in a section of the Badlands that I'd never explored before. The canyon walls rose up on either side of me in fantastic formations of red and orange sandstone, carved by millions of years of wind and water into shapes that looked almost architectural in their complexity. A small stream ran along the canyon floor, swollen by the previous night's rain but not deep enough to pose any danger. The water was crystal clear, and I cupped my hands to drink, the cold liquid providing the first comfort I'd felt since the nightmare began. I spent several minutes studying the terrain, trying to orient myself and figure out which direction would take me back toward familiar country. The sun was rising in the east, which meant that home was roughly northeast from my current position. If I followed the canyon downstream, it should eventually lead me back toward the forest and the landmarks I knew. Before leaving the cave, I took one last look around the small space that had probably saved my life. The walls were covered with ancient petroglyphs carved by people who had used this same shelter hundreds or maybe thousands of years ago. I wondered if they had ever encountered anything like what I'd experienced, if their legends contained warnings about things that hunted in the darkness. The hike home took most of the morning. The storm had transformed the landscape, washing out familiar trails and creating new channels where none had existed before. Several times I had to backtrack and find alternate routes around flash flood damage or fallen trees. But gradually the terrain began to look more familiar, and I started recognizing landmarks from my years of exploration. The forest, when I finally reached it, seemed different in the daylight. The oppressive silence was gone, replaced by the normal sounds of birds and small animals going about their daily routines. Sunlight filtered down through the canopy in familiar patterns, and the trails I knew so well were still there, though muddy and cluttered with storm debris. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Several times during the hike home, I stopped and looked back, certain that I would see that pale light flickering between the trees. It never appeared, but the sensation of being observed never completely went away. When I finally emerged from the tree line behind our house, both of my parents' cars were in the driveway, along with 2 police cruisers and what looked like half the volunteer fire department. I had been missing for almost 18 hours, and a full-scale search and rescue operation was getting underway. My parents' relief at seeing me alive was overwhelming, but so were the questions. Where had I been? What had happened to me? Why was I covered in mud and scratches? And why did I look like I'd seen a ghost? I told them about getting caught in the storm and taking shelter in a cave, which was true as far as it went. But I never mentioned the thing that had chased me through the forest, the impossible light, or the wailing that had driven me to hide like a terrified animal. Who would have believed me? Even now, more than a week later, I'm not sure I believe it myself. But I know what I experienced that night, and I know that something in those woods had tried to hunt me down. Whether it was human or animal or something else entirely, I may never know. What I do know is that I haven't set foot in the forest since that night, and I don't plan to anytime soon. The woods that once felt like home now seem alien and threatening, full of shadows that might be hiding unspeakable things. Sometimes, late at night when the wind is blowing through the trees, I think I can hear that wailing again, distant but unmistakable. My parents think I'm going through a phase, that the trauma of getting lost in the storm has made me temporarily afraid of the outdoors. They keep encouraging me to go hiking again, to get back on the horse and overcome my fears. But they don't understand that what I experienced wasn't just a case of getting lost or spooked by a thunderstorm. I encountered something out there in the darkness, something that shouldn't exist but does. And until I can figure out what it was and why it was hunting me, I'm not going anywhere near those trees again. Some boundaries, once crossed, change everything. Some knowledge once gained can never be forgotten. The forest is still there, waiting just beyond my backyard. But it's not the same forest I grew up in, and I'm not the same person who used to explore it without fear. Whatever happened that night in 2018 changed both of us, and I pray to God that our paths never cross again. The year was 1999 in St. Paul, Minnesota, and the autumn air carried the scent of dying leaves and impending winter. I was 14 years old, caught in that awkward space between childhood innocence and teenage rebellion. My best friend since elementary school was Spencer Valdez, a Hispanic kid who lived 3 houses down from mine on Maple Street. Spencer had this mischievous glint in his dark eyes that always seemed to spell trouble, and more often than not, I found myself dragged along for his wild schemes. That particular Tuesday morning in October, Spencer showed up at my bedroom window at 6:47 a.m., tapping the glass with his knuckles in our secret pattern. 3 quick taps, pause, 2 more. I groaned and rolled over, my body protesting the early hour. Outside, the sky was still dark, painted in deep purples and grays that made everything look ominous and unwelcoming. "Come on, man," Spencer whispered through the glass when I finally opened it. His breath formed small clouds in the frigid air. "Today's the day. No school, no rules, just freedom." I rubbed the sleep from my eyes, feeling the cold morning air bite at my face. "Spencer, if we get caught, my parents will ground me until I'm 30. You know how they are about school." But Spencer had that look, the one that said he'd already made up his mind and nothing I said would change it. His grin was infectious, even at this ungodly hour. "Trust me, nobody's going to find out. We'll be back before anyone knows we're gone." The plan was simple, or so Spencer made it seem. We'd both fake being sick, wait for our parents to leave for work, then meet up and have our own adventure. I'd done it once before with Spencer when we were 12, and we'd spent the day building a fort in the abandoned lot behind the grocery store. That time had been harmless fun, but something about this morning felt different. There was an electricity in the air, a tension that made my stomach churn with both excitement and dread. After Spencer left, I went through the motions of preparing for my deception. I splashed cold water on my face to make myself look pale, practiced my sick voice in the mirror, and even messed up my hair to look more convincing. When my mother came to wake me at 7:30, I was ready with my performance. "Mom," I croaked, letting my voice sound hoarse and weak. "I don't feel good. My stomach hurts, and I think I might throw up." She placed her hand on my forehead, her cool palm feeling good against my artificially flushed skin. I had run it under hot water in the bathroom sink just moments before she arrived. "You do feel warm, honey. Maybe you should stay home today." The guilt twisted in my gut like a knife, but Spencer's excitement was contagious, and the promise of adventure outweighed my conscience. After my parents left for work, Dad to his construction job downtown and Mom to her office at the insurance company, I waited exactly 15 minutes before getting dressed and heading out. Spencer was already waiting by the old oak tree that stood between our houses, its massive trunk scarred by years of neighborhood kids carving their initials into the bark. He was practically bouncing with energy, his backpack bulging with supplies I couldn't begin to guess at. "Ready for the best day of our lives?" he asked, slinging an arm around my shoulder. I nodded, though a small voice in the back of my mind whispered warnings I chose to ignore. We grabbed our bikes from my garage, mine a red Huffy that had seen better days. Spencer's a sleek black mountain bike that he'd gotten for his birthday. The morning air was crisp and clean, carrying the earthy smell of autumn decay and the distant aroma of someone's breakfast cooking. As we pedaled through the quiet neighborhood streets, past houses where other kids were probably sitting in their first period classes, I felt a thrill of rebellion course through my veins. We were free, unshackled from the mundane routine of school and homework and adult expectations. The world stretched out before us, full of possibilities and adventures waiting to be discovered. But if I had known what that day would bring, what we would encounter in the depths of Hollows Creek, I would have turned my bike around right then and there. I would have gone home, confessed everything to my parents, and accepted whatever punishment they deemed fit. Because some adventures come with a price that haunts you for the rest of your life, and some secrets are meant to stay buried in the darkness where they belong. Our first stop was Justin Patterson's house, a sprawling 2-story colonial that sat on the corner of Elm and 3rd Street like a monument to suburban prosperity. Justin's father was a lawyer, his mother a real estate agent, and their wealth was evident in everything from their perfectly manicured lawn to the shiny new cars in their circular driveway. Despite their different economic backgrounds, Justin had been part of our group since middle school began, drawn to Spencer's charismatic troublemaking and my more cautious but loyal friendship. We found Justin in his backyard, supposedly too sick to attend school, but healthy enough to be shooting baskets on the regulation-sized court his parents had installed the previous summer. His sandy brown hair was tousled, and he wore an expensive-looking hoodie that probably cost more than my entire wardrobe. "Took you guys long enough," Justin called out, dribbling the basketball between his legs with practiced ease. "I've been waiting here since 8, bored out of my mind." Spencer hopped off his bike, letting it fall carelessly onto Justin's pristine lawn. "Well, your wait is over, rich boy. Today's going to be legendary." Justin raised an eyebrow, a habit he'd picked up from watching too many movies. "Define legendary, because if it involves getting arrested or hospitalized, I'm out." "Nothing like that," Spencer assured him, though the mischievous glint in his eyes suggested otherwise. "We're going exploring. Remember that place we found last summer, near the old railroad tracks?" I saw Justin's expression change, a flicker of something minus excitement mixed with apprehension, crossing his features. He bounced the basketball once more, then let it roll away across the court. "You mean Hollows Creek? I thought we agreed that place was off limits after what happened last time." "What happened last time" referred to an incident the previous summer when we'd discovered a homeless man living in a makeshift shelter near the creek. He'd been harmless enough, just an old veteran down on his luck, but he'd scared the hell out of us when he'd appeared suddenly from behind a cluster of trees. We'd run like our lives depended on it, leaving behind a cooler full of snacks and drinks in our haste to escape. "That old guy is probably long gone by now," Spencer said dismissively. "Besides, we're older now. We can handle whatever we find out there." Famous last words, I thought, but didn't voice my concerns. There was something about Spencer's confidence that was both reassuring and unsettling. He had a way of making the most dangerous ideas seem perfectly reasonable, a talent that had gotten us into trouble more times than I cared to count. Justin grabbed his bike from the garage, a top-of-the-line Trek that made my Huffy look like a children's toy. "Fine, but I'm bringing my phone," he said, patting his pocket. "And if things get weird, we're out of there." Our trio made an odd sight as we pedaled through the neighborhood. Spencer with his dark complexion and hand-me-down clothes, Justin with his obvious wealth and perfect everything, and me somewhere in between, the mediator who kept our group from falling apart. The morning sun had finally broken through the cloud cover, casting long shadows across the pavement and warming our faces as we rode. But our group wouldn't be complete without our newest member, someone who would change the entire dynamic of our adventure in ways we couldn't possibly foresee. Emma Rodriguez was a girl from our English class, quiet and thoughtful with long dark hair and intelligent brown eyes that seemed to see more than she let on. She had been spending time with Justin lately, and when he suggested including her in our plans, Spencer and I had agreed without much thought. We found Emma sitting on her front porch, a book open in her lap and a cup of what looked like hot chocolate steaming beside her on a small table. Her house was modest but well-maintained, with flower boxes under the windows and a small garden that her grandmother tended with religious devotion. "Shouldn't you be in school?" Emma asked as we approached, marking her place in the book with a finger. There was a teasing quality to her voice, but also genuine curiosity. "Shouldn't you?" Justin countered, flashing her his most charming smile. Emma closed the book. I caught a glimpse of the title, something about astronomy, and stood up, brushing imaginary dust from her jeans. "Touche. I may have exaggerated the severity of my headache to my grandmother." "Perfect," Spencer said, already considering her part of the group. "We're going on an adventure, and we need someone with brains to keep us from doing anything too stupid." Emma looked at each of us in turn, her gaze lingering on me. I felt my cheeks warm under her scrutiny, though I couldn't say why. There was something about her presence that made our little rebellion feel more real, more significant somehow. "What kind of adventure?" she asked, and I heard the same note of cautious excitement in her voice that I was feeling. "The kind that makes for great stories," Spencer replied cryptically. "The kind you'll be telling your grandkids about someday." Emma glanced back at her house. where her grandmother was probably settling in for her morning soap operas, then back at us. The decision seemed to war across her features: responsibility versus adventure, safety versus the unknown. "Okay," she said finally, "but I'm bringing my camera. If we're going to create memories, we might as well document them." As Emma went inside to get her camera and make her excuses to her grandmother, I felt a strange mixture of anticipation and foreboding settle in my chest. Our group was complete now, the four of us united in our small act of rebellion against the adult world that sought to control our every move. But looking back now, knowing what I know about that day and the horror that awaited us at Hollows Creek, I sometimes wonder if Emma's decision to join us was purely her own, or if something else, something dark and hungry, was already pulling the strings, drawing us all together for purposes we couldn't begin to understand. The pieces were in place, the players were assembled, and somewhere in the distance, Hollows Creek waited for us in patient silence, keeping its secrets buried beneath the murky water and tangled undergrowth, biding its time until we would arrive to disturb its ancient slumber. The ride to Murphy's junkyard took us through the older section of town, where the houses grew smaller and the paint peeled from siding like diseased skin. The streets here were narrower, lined with mature trees whose branches formed a canopy overhead that blocked out much of the morning sun. Even in daylight, this part of town felt somehow darker, more oppressive, as if the weight of decades of struggle and hardship had settled into the very foundations of the buildings. Old Man Murphy's junkyard occupied nearly a full city block, surrounded by a chain-link fence topped with razor wire that gleamed menacingly in what little sunlight filtered through the trees. The main gate stood partially open, creaking softly in the autumn breeze with a sound like distant moaning. Murphy himself was nowhere to be seen, though his ancient pickup truck sat in its usual spot near the small office shack that served as the nerve center of his operation. "He knows us," Spencer said confidently as we approached the gate. "Murphy's cool. He lets us look around as long as we don't break anything." Murphy had indeed known us for years, ever since we'd first wandered into his domain as curious 8-year-olds. He was a gruff old Irishman with hands like leather and a voice roughened by decades of cigarettes and cheap whiskey. Despite his intimidating appearance, he'd always been kind to us kids, understanding that we saw magic in what others considered junk. The junkyard was a maze of towering piles, rusted car parts, old appliances, discarded furniture, and mysterious machinery that looked like it belonged in a science fiction movie. Everything was covered in a fine layer of dust and decay, giving the place an otherworldly quality that both fascinated and unnerved me. The air hung heavy with the smell of motor oil, rust, and something else I could never quite identify, something organic and unpleasant that seemed to emanate from the deeper recesses of the yard. "Murphy," Spencer called out as we entered, his voice echoing off the mountains of metal. "It's us, Spencer, and the gang." A grunt came from somewhere near the back of the office, followed by the scraping sound of a chair being pushed back. Murphy emerged a moment later, wiping his hands on an oil-stained rag. He was shorter than I remembered, his hair whiter, his face more deeply lined, but his eyes were still sharp, still held that mixture of amusement and suspicion that we'd come to know well. "Well, well," he said, his Irish accent still thick despite decades in Minnesota. "If it isn't the Four Musketeers, shouldn't you be learning your multiplication tables, or whatever it is they teach you kids these days?" "Teacher Development Day," Justin lied smoothly, flashing his most innocent smile. "No school today." Murphy's eyes narrowed slightly, and I was sure he could see right through our deception, but after a moment, he simply shrugged. "None of my business, I suppose. Just keep your hands off anything sharp, and don't go near the crusher. She's been acting up lately." The crusher was a massive machine that Murphy used to flatten cars into neat metal pancakes. It sat in the far corner of the yard like a sleeping monster, its hydraulic arms folded and its mouth hanging open to reveal rows of steel teeth. Even when it wasn't running, the crusher seemed to radiate a malevolent energy that made my skin crawl. We spent the better part of an hour wandering through the maze of junk, poking through boxes of mechanical parts and marveling at the strange artifacts of American consumption. Emma had brought her camera as promised, and she snapped pictures of the more interesting finds, a mannequin head with one eye missing, a grandfather clock with its hands frozen at midnight, a child's rocking horse with most of its paint worn away. It was near an old-school bus that had been stripped of its wheels and left to rust among a pile of washing machines that I made the discovery that would change everything. I was climbing through the bus, imagining what stories it might tell about all the children it had transported over the years, when something caught my eye beneath one of the torn seats. "Guys," I called out, my voice tight with excitement. "You need to see this." They came running, Emma's camera bouncing against her chest as she jogged over. Spencer reached the bus first, practically leaping through the open door in his eagerness to see what I'd found. There, nestled beneath the ripped vinyl of seat number 7, was a BB gun. Not just any BB gun. This was a high-end model, the kind with a wooden stock and a brass trigger that spoke of quality craftsmanship. Beside it was a cloth bag that rattled softly when I picked it up, heavy with what felt like hundreds of metal pellets. "Holy crap," Justin breathed, his eyes wide. "That thing looks expensive." Spencer reached for the gun with reverent hands, testing its weight and admiring the smooth lines of its construction. "This is military grade," he said with the authority of someone who'd watched far too many action movies. "Look at that scope. You could take down a small animal with this thing." Emma frowned, her photographer's eye taking in not just the weapon but the circumstances of our discovery. What's a gun like that doing hidden in an old-school bus, and why would someone just leave it here? Her questions hung in the air like smoke, creating an atmosphere of unease that none of us wanted to acknowledge. There was something unsettling about finding such a valuable item abandoned in such a place, as if it had been left for us to find, as if someone or something wanted us to have it. "Maybe someone hid it and forgot about it," I suggested. Though even as I said it, the explanation felt hollow. Spencer was already pumping the action, familiarizing himself with the weapon's mechanisms. The clicking sound it made seemed unnaturally loud in the confines of the bus, echoing off the metal walls with an ominous quality that made me shiver. "We should tell Murphy," Emma said, but there was uncertainty in her voice. "Are you crazy?" Spencer replied immediately. "He'll just take it away from us, probably sell it or something. Besides, finders keepers, right?" I looked at Justin, hoping for support for Emma's suggestion, but he was staring at the gun with the same fascination as Spencer. There was something hypnotic about the weapon, something that drew the eye and held it. Even Emma, despite her reservations, couldn't seem to look away. "We'll be careful with it," Spencer promised. Though his definition of careful had always been different from most people's. Just a little target practice. What could go wrong? Famous last words. Again. We decided to keep the gun's discovery to ourselves, hiding it in Spencer's backpack as we said our goodbyes to Murphy. The old Irishman waved us off with his usual gruff affection, seemingly unaware of the dangerous secret we were carrying away from his junkyard. As we pedaled away from Murphy's, the weight of the hidden weapon seemed to press down on all of us. The mood had shifted, becoming somehow darker and more charged. Emma rode beside me, her camera put away, her expression thoughtful and troubled. "I have a bad feeling about this," she said quietly, just loud enough for me to hear over the sound of our tires on the asphalt. I wanted to tell her that I shared her concerns, that something about our discovery felt wrong in a way I couldn't articulate. But Spencer was already planning our afternoon's activities, his excitement infectious despite my reservations, and Justin was eagerly participating in the discussion. Instead, I just nodded and kept pedaling, following my friends toward whatever destiny awaited us at Hollows Creek, the stolen BB gun thumping softly in Spencer's backpack with each revolution of his wheels. Behind us, Murphy's junkyard receded into the distance, but I had the strange sensation that something from that place of rust and decay was following us, watching from the shadows, waiting to see what we would do with the gift we'd been given. The sun had reached its zenith by the time we turned onto the dirt path that would lead us to our secret hideout. But somehow the day seemed to be growing darker instead of brighter, and in the distance, barely audible over the sound of our breathing and the whisper of wind through the trees, I could swear I heard something calling our names. The path to Hollows Creek wound through a section of woods that had always felt different from the rest of the forest surrounding our town. While other wooded areas were filled with the normal sounds of suburban nature, birds calling, squirrels chattering, leaves rustling in predictable patterns, this particular stretch of woodland maintained an unnatural silence that seemed to press against your eardrums. The trees here grew differently too, their trunks twisted into strange, almost geometric patterns that defied easy explanation. Local botanists, when pressed, would mumble about unusual soil conditions or underground magnetic fields, but their explanations always sounded rehearsed, as if they were repeating theories they didn't quite believe themselves. We'd discovered Hollows Creek 3 years earlier, during one of Spencer's grand adventures that had gone longer and farther than any of our parents would have approved. We'd been following a wounded rabbit. Spencer had wanted to help it, in one of his rare moments of genuine compassion, when we'd pushed through a particularly thick stand of brambles and found ourselves in what felt like another world entirely. The creek itself was more of a pond, really, a roughly circular body of water perhaps 50 feet across at its widest point. The water was always dark, so dark that you couldn't see more than a few inches below the surface, even on the brightest summer days. Around the pond's perimeter, the ground rose slightly, forming a natural amphitheater lined with smooth stones that looked almost deliberately placed. What made the place truly special, though, was its sense of complete isolation. Once you pushed through the barrier of thorny undergrowth that surrounded the clearing, all sounds from the outside world simply vanished. No traffic noise, no distant voices, no machinery, just the soft lapping of water against stone and the occasional splash of something moving beneath the surface. "Home sweet home," Spencer announced as we emerged from the brambles, our clothes torn and our arms scratched from the journey. He spread his arms wide as if embracing the entire clearing. Emma pulled out her camera immediately, snapping shots of the pond from various angles. Through her lens, the place probably looked picturesque, maybe even magical. But there was something about Hollows Creek that photographs never quite captured, and quality of watchfulness, as if the place itself was aware of your presence and taking your measure. "It's just like I remember it," Justin said, dropping his backpack near our usual meeting spot, a fallen log that had been worn smooth by years of use as an impromptu bench. "Creepy but cool." Emma lowered her camera, her expression thoughtful. "It's strange how quiet it is here. I mean, really quiet. Back home, even when you think it's silent, there's always something. A dog barking in the distance, a plane overhead, a car door slamming. But here," she was right, of course. The silence of Hollows Creek was absolute, almost oppressive. It was the kind of silence that made you want to whisper, as if speaking too loudly might disturb something better left undisturbed. Spencer, meanwhile, had pulled the BB gun from his backpack and was examining it more closely in the natural light of the clearing. The weapon seemed to gleam with an almost inner radiance, its metal surfaces polished to a mirror shine despite the years it must have spent hidden in that old school bus. "This thing is amazing," he breathed, running his fingers along the stock. "Look at this craftsmanship. This isn't some cheap toy. This is the real deal." He loaded a handful of pellets into the chamber, the small metal spheres clinking softly as they settled into place. The sound seemed unnaturally loud in the absolute silence of the clearing, each clink echoing off the water and the surrounding trees with crystalline clarity. "Let's see what this baby can do," Spencer said, raising the gun and sighting along its barrel toward a dead branch hanging over the far side of the pond. The first shot rang out like thunder in the confined space of the clearing. Even though I'd been expecting it, the sound made me jump, my heart hammering against my ribs. The pellet struck the branch with a sharp crack, sending splinters of wood flying into the dark water below. "Excellent," Spencer exclaimed, pumping the action to chamber another round. "This thing has some serious power." For the next hour, we took turns with the gun, setting up increasingly elaborate targets and challenges. Justin found a rusty tin can and set it up on a rock, watching with satisfaction as Spencer knocked it spinning into the water. Emma, despite her earlier reservations, proved to be a surprisingly good shot, hitting a cluster of pine cones with methodical precision. When my turn came, I felt the weapon's weight in my hands, solid and reassuring. There was something seductive about the power it represented, the ability to reach out and affect the world at a distance. I understood, suddenly, why Spencer had been so excited about our discovery. I took aim at a knot in a nearby tree, squinting through the scope as I'd seen Spencer do. The crosshairs lined up perfectly with my target, and I squeezed the trigger with gentle pressure, just as my grandfather had taught me years ago during our one and only hunting trip. The pellet struck true, embedding itself in the soft wood with a satisfying thunk. But as the sound echoed across the water, something else echoed back, something that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. It was subtle, so subtle that at first I thought I'd imagined it. But as the echoes faded, I became certain that I'd heard another sound mixed in with them, something like a voice calling from somewhere across the pond. "Did you guys hear that?" I asked, lowering the gun. The others looked at me with expressions ranging from confused to annoyed. "Hear what?" Justin asked. "I thought I heard, never mind, probably just an echo or something." But Emma was studying my face with those intelligent brown eyes of hers, and I had the feeling she'd heard something too, something that made her uncomfortable enough that she'd chosen not to mention it. Spencer took the gun back, already planning more elaborate target practice scenarios. "We should set up some kind of shooting gallery," he said. "Maybe hang some targets from those branches over there." As the afternoon wore on, we made ourselves at home in the clearing. Justin had brought sandwiches and soda in his backpack, expensive stuff from the deli his parents frequented. Emma had packed a thermos of her grandmother's hot chocolate, which tasted like liquid comfort despite the warming day. The BB gun became the centerpiece of our activities, passed from hand to hand like some kind of sacred relic. We took turns shooting at targets, seeing who could hit the smallest objects or make the most difficult shots. With each squeeze of the trigger, each sharp crack of pellet meeting wood or stone, I felt like we were disturbing something, not just the quiet of the clearing, but something deeper and more fundamental. As the sun began to sink toward the western horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and red that reflected ominously in the dark water of the pond, Spencer made an announcement that would change everything. "We should camp here tonight," he said, his eyes bright with excitement. "Like really camp. Bring sleeping bags and everything. Have a real adventure." Emma and Justin exchanged glances, and I could see the same mixture of excitement and apprehension in their faces that I felt in my own chest. There was something undeniably appealing about the idea of spending the night in our secret place, of having Hollows Creek all to ourselves under the stars. But there was something else too, a nagging voice in the back of my mind that whispered warnings I couldn't quite understand. The clearing felt different as the daylight began to fade, more oppressive, more watchful. The absolute silence that had seemed merely unusual during the day now felt almost threatening, as if something was holding its breath, waiting for nightfall. "I don't know," I said hesitantly. "Our parents will freak if we don't come home. We'll tell them we're sleeping over at each other's houses," Spencer replied with the casual confidence of someone who'd perfected the art of deception. Classic move. They'll never check. Emma was quiet for a long moment, staring across the dark water toward the far shore. When she finally spoke, her voice was soft, almost dreamy. "I think we should do it. I think this place wants us to stay." The way she said it made my skin crawl. But before I could ask her what she meant, Spencer was already making plans. We would go home, gather our supplies, and return before full dark. We would have the night of our lives at Hollows Creek. As we packed up our things and prepared to leave, I took one last look around the clearing. In the fading light, the place looked different somehow. Darker, more mysterious, but also more inviting. The water seemed to whisper against the shore with a sound almost like voices, and the trees swayed in a breeze I couldn't feel. The BB gun went back into Spencer's backpack, but I had the strangest feeling that we weren't really taking it with us. It felt like the weapon belonged to this place now, like it had always been waiting here for us to find it and bring it home. As we pushed through the brambles and back onto the familiar path, I heard Emma whisper something behind me. When I turned to ask what she'd said, she just shook her head and smiled. But there was something in her eyes that hadn't been there before, something that looked almost like hunger. By the time we reached our bikes, full darkness was only a few hours away, and Hollows Creek lay behind us in patient silence, waiting for our return. And somewhere in the depths of that dark water, something else was waiting too. Something that had been sleeping for a very long time and was finally beginning to stir. Convincing our parents to let us have a sleepover required all of our collective acting skills and a carefully orchestrated plan that Spencer had devised during our bike ride home. The key, he explained, was to make the request seem spontaneous while ensuring that each set of parents thought we were sleeping somewhere else. I went to Spencer first as planned. His mother, Maria, was a kind woman who worked double shifts at the hospital and was often too tired to ask probing questions. When I knocked on their door at 6:30, she was just getting home from her day shift. Her scrubs wrinkled and her dark hair pulled back in a messy ponytail. "Mrs. Valdez," I said in my most polite voice, "Spencer invited me and some friends to sleep over tonight. Would that be okay?" She smiled tiredly, ruffling my hair with a gesture that reminded me of my own mother. "Of course, sweetheart. Just keep the noise down. I have to work again tomorrow." Spencer appeared behind her, his backpack already loaded with supplies. "Thanks, Mom. We'll be really quiet." The lie tasted bitter in my mouth, but I pushed the guilt aside. We were committed now, and there was no turning back. Justin's part was equally simple. He would tell his parents he was sleeping at my house, while I would tell mine I was staying at his. Emma would claim to be having a sleepover with her cousin across town. It was a classic maneuver, one that we'd used successfully in the past for more innocent purposes. My parents were slightly more suspicious than Spencer's mother, but the story held up under their casual scrutiny. My father was more concerned with the football game on television than with the details of my social life, and my mother was distracted by some crisis at work that had her on the phone with colleagues well into the evening. "Be good," she said absently, kissing the top of my head as I shouldered my sleeping bag. "And call if you need anything." "I will, Mom. Love you." The words felt like another lie, though I meant them sincerely. If she had known where I was really going, what I was really planning to do, she would have locked me in my room until I graduated college. We met at the edge of the woods as planned, just as the last traces of daylight were fading from the western sky. The temperature had dropped with the sun, and I could see my breath misting in the cold air. Emma had brought a small tent, bright orange with reflective strips that would make it visible from a considerable distance. Spencer carried not just his sleeping bag but also a Coleman lantern and what looked like enough snacks to survive a week in the wilderness. Justin's contribution was typically extravagant. A two-person tent that probably cost more than my family spent on groceries in a month, complete with a built-in LED lighting system and color-coordinated stakes. He'd also brought a portable radio, though I doubted it would pick up any signals in the clearing. "Everyone ready for this?" Spencer asked, his eyes bright with excitement. Even in the growing darkness, I could see that familiar gleam that always preceded his more questionable decisions. Emma nodded, though she seemed quieter than usual, more subdued. She'd been like that ever since we'd left Hollows Creek earlier, as if some part of her had never really left the clearing at all. The walk through the woods felt different at night. Shadows that had seemed merely interesting during the day now loomed menacingly on either side of the path. Every sound, the snap of a twig underfoot, the rustle of something moving through the underbrush, seemed amplified and threatening. Our flashlight beams created pools of yellowish light that revealed only small sections of the trail at a time, leaving everything beyond their reach shrouded in impenetrable darkness. I found myself walking closer to the others than I normally would, drawn by an instinctive need for companionship in the face of the unknown. "It's darker than I expected," Justin said, voicing what we were all thinking. His expensive tent seemed cumbersome now, the aluminum poles rattling together with each step in a way that sounded unnaturally loud in the forest silence. Emma stopped suddenly, holding up her hand for quiet. "Listen," she whispered. We all froze, straining our ears for whatever she had detected. For a moment, there was nothing but the normal sounds of a forest at night, wind through branches, the distant call of an owl. the skittering of small animals through dead leaves. Then I heard it too, a sound like water moving, but not quite right somehow. Not the natural flow of a stream or the gentle lapping of waves, but something more deliberate, more purposeful, as if the water itself was aware of our presence and responding to it. "It's just the pond," Spencer said, but his voice lacked its usual confidence. Sound carries differently at night. We resumed walking, but the mood had shifted. What had started as an exciting adventure now felt more like a march toward some inevitable confrontation. The beam of my flashlight seemed weaker than it had moments before, and the darkness pressed in around us with an almost physical weight. When we finally reached the barrier of brambles that concealed the entrance to Hollows Creek, I hesitated. During the day, pushing through the thorny undergrowth had seemed like a minor inconvenience, a small price to pay for access to our private sanctuary. But now, with the thorns catching at our clothes and scraping against exposed skin, the barrier felt more like a warning, a last chance to turn back before crossing some invisible line. "Careful with the tents," Justin warned, as Spencer began forcing his way through the thicket. "If we tear these things, we're screwed." One by one, we pushed through the natural barrier, emerging into the clearing with our equipment mostly intact. I was the last to break through, and as I stepped into the open space around the pond, I felt a sensation like walking into a vast, empty cathedral. The clearing looked completely different at night. What had seemed cozy and intimate during the day now felt exposed and vulnerable under the star-filled sky. The pond reflected the night sky like black glass, doubling the field of stars and creating the disorienting impression that we were suspended in space, with darkness extending infinitely in all directions. "Wow," Emma breathed, and I heard genuine awe in her voice. "It's beautiful." She was right, of course. The place was beautiful in a stark, otherworldly way, but there was something else too. Something that made my skin crawl despite the undeniable majesty of our surroundings. It felt like we were trespassing, like we'd entered a space that wasn't meant for human eyes. Spencer, apparently unaffected by such concerns, began setting up his sleeping area with his characteristic enthusiasm. "This is perfect," he announced, unrolling his sleeping bag on a flat patch of ground near the water's edge. "We've got the whole place to ourselves." Justin chose a spot farther from the water, closer to the tree line where he apparently felt more secure. His expensive tent went up quickly and efficiently, the LED lights creating a warm, inviting glow that seemed almost defiant in the face of the surrounding darkness. Emma positioned her tent between the two boys, forming a rough triangle around the Coleman lantern that Spencer had placed in the center of our makeshift camp. The lantern's white light pushed back the darkness effectively, but somehow made the night beyond its reach seem even more impenetrable. As we worked to set up our temporary home, I became increasingly aware of the absolute silence that surrounded us. No insects chirping, no nightbirds calling, no small animals moving through the underbrush. It was as if every living thing in the area had fled, leaving us alone with whatever presence inhabited this place. "Anyone else notice how quiet it is?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. "That's what makes it perfect," Spencer replied, but I caught him glancing nervously toward the dark water. No distractions, no interruptions, just us and nature. But this didn't feel like nature, at least not the kind I was familiar with. This felt like something else entirely. Something that wore the mask of nature but concealed purposes and intentions that had nothing to do with the natural world. Emma had her camera out again, taking pictures of our campsite, with the flash turned on. Each burst of artificial light illuminated the clearing in stark detail, revealing things that remained hidden in the steady glow of the lantern. In the brief, harsh illumination of the camera flash, I thought I saw movement at the edge of the clearing, shapes that might have been shadows cast by swaying branches, or might have been something else entirely. "Did you see that?" I asked after one particularly bright flash. Emma lowered the camera, frowning. "See what?" "I thought I saw. Never mind. Probably just shadows." But Emma's expression suggested she had seen something too. Something that made her uncomfortable enough that she put the camera away without taking any more pictures. Spencer had retrieved the BB gun from his backpack and was examining it by the light of the Coleman lantern. The weapon seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it, its dark metal surfaces drinking in the illumination and giving nothing back. "We should do some night shooting," he suggested, his voice carrying that edge of excitement that always made me nervous. "See how accurate we can be in the dark." "That's probably not a good idea," Justin said immediately. "We can't see what we're shooting at. We could hit something or someone," I thought, though I didn't voice the concern. The idea of firing the weapon blindly into the darkness surrounding our camp filled me with a dread I couldn't explain. Emma shivered, pulling her jacket tighter around her shoulders. "It's getting cold," she observed, "and I'm getting tired. Maybe we should just call it a night." But even as she said it, I could see in her eyes the same nervous energy that was keeping the rest of us awake. Despite our exhaustion from the day's activities, none of us seemed ready to retreat to the false security of our tents and sleeping bags. The night was still young, and Hollows Creek was just beginning to reveal its secrets. In the darkness beyond our small circle of light, something was stirring, something that had been waiting patiently for us to arrive. And as the hours passed and our little camp settled into an uneasy quiet, that something began to make its presence known. By 10 p.m. the temperature had dropped enough that our breath came in visible puffs, and the cold from the ground had begun seeping through our sleeping bags despite the insulated mats Justin had thoughtfully provided. We'd moved closer together around the Coleman lantern, drawn by both its warmth and the psychological comfort of its steady white light. Spencer had been quiet for the past hour, unusually so for someone who typically filled every silence with chatter or schemes. He sat cross-legged on his sleeping bag, the BB gun resting across his knees, his dark eyes constantly scanning the tree line as if he expected something to emerge from the shadows at any moment. Emma had started a journal, writing by the light of a small LED flashlight she kept clipped to her jacket. Every few minutes she would pause and listen intently to the silence around us, her pen hovering over the page as if she were trying to capture sounds that existed just beyond the range of human hearing. Justin had given up on his portable radio after discovering that it could pick up nothing but static, no matter which frequency he tried. The static itself was strange, not the random white noise you'd expect from an absence of signal, but something more structured, almost like whispered conversations in a language just beyond comprehension. "I keep thinking I hear voices in that static," he admitted, finally switching the radio off in frustration. "It's just your imagination," Spencer said, but his voice lacked conviction. "Radio waves bounce funny off water sometimes, creates weird interference patterns." I wasn't convinced by his explanation, partly because Spencer had learned everything he knew about radio waves from watching Star Trek reruns, but mostly because I'd heard the voices too. They weren't quite words, more like the memory of words, the ghost of conversations that had taken place long ago in this isolated clearing. Around 11 p.m., Emma made her first journal entry about the strange atmospheric conditions we were experiencing. I watched her write by the glow of her flashlight, her handwriting neat and precise despite the circumstances. "What are you writing?" I asked. She looked up from the journal, her brown eyes reflecting the lantern light in a way that made them seem almost luminescent. "Just observations. This place, it's not like anywhere I've ever been. The silence is so complete it's almost aggressive, and the way sound behaves here, it's like the normal rules don't apply." She was right about the sound. Earlier, when Justin had dropped a metal tent stake, it had rung out like a bell, the sound echoing off the water and the surrounding trees for what seemed like minutes. But when Spencer had called out to test the acoustics, his voice had been swallowed by the darkness almost immediately, as if the night itself had absorbed his words before they could travel more than a few feet. "Maybe there's some kind of natural acoustic phenomenon," I suggested, trying to find a rational explanation for something that felt increasingly irrational. Emma nodded thoughtfully. "Maybe. Or maybe this place just operates by different rules than the rest of the world." The way she said it sent a chill down my spine that had nothing to do with the dropping temperature. There was something in her voice, a note of acceptance that suggested she was beginning to believe that Hollows Creek was something more than just an unusual clearing in the woods. By midnight, all pretense of sleep had been abandoned. We sat in a tight circle around the lantern, our sleeping bags wrapped around our shoulders like cloaks, watching the darkness beyond our small sphere of light with increasing unease. It was then that Emma first heard the sounds that would haunt all of our dreams for years to come. She was reaching for her water bottle when she froze, her hand suspended in midair, her head tilted as if listening to something the rest of us couldn't detect. "Do you hear that?" she whispered. We all strained to listen, but the silence around us seemed absolute. Spencer started to shake his head, then stopped, his expression changing as he apparently picked up whatever Emma had detected. It was subtle at first, a sound like fabric rustling, or perhaps leaves being disturbed by a gentle breeze. But there was no wind that night, and the sound had a rhythm to it that suggested purposeful movement rather than random air currents. "Something's moving out there," Justin said, his voice tight with anxiety. Spencer's hands tightened on the BB gun, his knuckles white in the lantern light. Probably just an animal, deer or something. But we all knew that wasn't right. The sound was too deliberate, too careful. It was the sound of something trying not to be heard, something moving with stealth and intelligence through the darkness beyond our camp. The rustling sound circled us slowly, maintaining a constant distance from our circle of light. It would move from the east side of the clearing to the south, then around to the west, then back toward the north, always staying just beyond the reach of our vision. Whatever was making the sound seemed to be studying us, learning our positions and our defenses. "Maybe we should leave," Emma suggested, her voice barely audible. "And go where?" Spencer countered. "We can't see the path in the dark. We'd get lost in the woods for sure." He was right, of course. We were trapped here until dawn, committed to our adventure whether we wanted to be or not. The very darkness that had seemed exciting and adventurous a few hours earlier now felt like a prison, isolating us from the safety of the civilized world and leaving us vulnerable to whatever inhabited this strange place. The rustling sound stopped suddenly, replaced by a silence so complete it seemed to press against our eardrums. We sat frozen, hardly daring to breathe, waiting for some indication of what would happen next. Then Emma's tent began to move. At first I thought it was just the wind, despite the still air around our campsite. The orange fabric rippled gently, as if something was brushing against it from the outside. But as we watched in growing horror, the movements became more deliberate, more purposeful. Something was touching the tent, running what might have been fingers along the synthetic fabric, testing its strength and searching for openings. The movements were slow and methodical, like someone conducting a careful inspection. "Oh God," Emma breathed, pressing closer to me. I could feel her trembling through the fabric of her jacket. Spencer raised the BB gun, pointing it toward Emma's tent, but his hands were shaking so badly I doubted he could hit anything accurately, even if he could see a target. The touching continued for what felt like hours, but was probably only a few minutes. Whatever was out there seemed to be mapping the tent's construction, learning about its occupants through careful tactile exploration. At one point, the fabric depressed deeply, as if a hand had pressed firmly against it, and we all gasped in unison. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the contact stopped. The tent fabric settled back into its normal shape, and the oppressive silence returned. We waited, barely breathing, for something else to happen. But the night around us had returned to its unnatural stillness, as if the presence that had been investigating our camp had simply vanished. "What the hell was that?" Justin whispered. None of us had an answer. We sat huddled together around the lantern, our eyes darting constantly between Emma's tent and the darkness beyond, waiting for the next manifestation of whatever shared this place with us. It came at 2 a.m., when our exhaustion and fear had combined to create a state of hyper-alert numbness. This time, it wasn't Emma's tent that drew the attention of our unwelcome visitor. This time, it was us. The sound began as a whisper, so soft it might have been the wind through distant trees, but gradually, it grew louder and more distinct, until we could make out what sounded like words being spoken in a language none of us recognized. The voice, for it was definitely a voice now, seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It spoke in urgent, pleading tones, as if trying to communicate something of vital importance. But the words themselves remained incomprehensible, a string of syllables that had the rhythm of speech but no meaning we could decipher. Emma grabbed my arm so tightly I could feel her fingernails digging through my jacket. "It's trying to tell us something," she said, her voice filled with a mixture of terror and fascination. Spencer was on his feet now, the BB gun raised and ready, though he had no clear target to aim at. "Show yourself," he shouted into the darkness. "Whatever you are, just show yourself." His words echoed across the water and back, but the strange whispering voice continued unabated, growing more insistent, more desperate. It was then that I began to make out individual sounds within the alien speech pattern, syllables that seemed almost familiar. "Spencer," I said urgently, "I think it's saying our names." The others fell silent, listening intently to the voice that continued to speak from the darkness around us. And gradually, we all began to hear it, our names, woven into the incomprehensible alien speech like threads of familiarity in a tapestry of strangeness. Spencer, Emma, Justin. Each name was drawn out, elongated, as if the speaker were tasting the sounds, savoring them. The voice was neither male nor female, neither young nor old, but something else entirely, something that existed outside the normal categories of human experience. "It knows us," Emma whispered, and in her voice I heard the same terrible fascination I was feeling myself. Despite the fear that made my heart race and my palms sweat, there was something compelling about the voice, something that made me want to step forward into the darkness and discover its source. The whispers continued for another 10 minutes, our names repeated over and over in that strange, seductive voice that seemed to call to something deep within our souls. Then, just as the eastern horizon began to show the first faint traces of pre-dawn light, the voice faded away, leaving us alone with the memory of its alien music. We didn't sleep for the rest of the night. We sat huddled together around the dying Coleman lantern, watching the darkness gradually give way to gray dawn light, waiting for whatever would happen next. But the real terror was yet to come. As the first pale fingers of dawn crept across the sky, painting the horizon in shades of gray and silver, we finally allowed ourselves to believe that we had survived the night. The oppressive darkness that had pressed down on our small camp for hours began to lift, replaced by the more familiar and comforting light of early morning. Emma was the first to venture away from our tight circle around the now dim Coleman lantern. She stood slowly, her joints stiff from hours of sitting in the same position, and stretched her arms above her head. In the growing light, I could see the exhaustion etched into her features, the dark circles under her eyes that spoke of a night without sleep. "I need to use the bathroom," she announced quietly, glancing toward the tree line where we'd established our makeshift facilities the previous evening. "Don't go alone," I said immediately, the words coming out more urgent than I'd intended. Spencer nodded in agreement, the BB gun still resting across his knees. "We should all stick together until we figure out what happened last night." But Emma shook her head, attempting a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "I'll be fine. It's getting light now, and whatever was out there seems to be gone. Besides, I'm just going behind those trees over there." She pointed to a cluster of pines about 30 feet from our camp. "You'll be able to see me the whole time." Justin started to protest, but Emma was already walking away, her footsteps muffled by the thick layer of fallen leaves that carpeted the clearing. We watched her progress carefully, our eyes tracking her movement as she made her way toward the trees she'd indicated. The morning air was crisp and clean, carrying the fresh scent of dew and earth that normally would have been refreshing after a night spent outdoors. But there was something else in the air too, something that reminded me of the smell of old copper pennies and made the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. Emma reached the tree line and paused, looking back at us with a reassuring wave before disappearing behind the thick trunk of a massive pine. We could still hear her moving around, the soft sounds of her footsteps and the rustle of clothing. So we relaxed slightly and turned our attention to packing up our campsite. It was Spencer who first noticed that something was wrong. "She's been gone too long," he said, lowering the sleeping bag he'd been stuffing into his backpack. I checked my watch, a digital Casio that my father had given me for my 13th birthday. Emma had been out of sight for less than 5 minutes. Hardly an unusual amount of time for what she'd gone to do, but something in Spencer's voice made me look up from my own packing. "Emma?" I called out. "Everything okay?" There was no response. Justin cupped his hands around his mouth and tried a louder call. "Emma, time to head home." Still nothing. We looked at each other with growing concern. The silence that had seemed oppressive during the night now felt actively menacing, as if it were deliberately swallowing our calls to prevent Emma from hearing them. Spencer grabbed the BB gun and stood up, his jaw set with determination. "We're going to check on her, all of us, together." As we approached the cluster of pines where Emma had disappeared, I noticed that my hands were shaking. Not from cold. The morning air was chilly but not uncomfortable, but from a growing sense of dread that seemed to emanate from the trees themselves. "Emma?" Spencer called again as we reached the edge of the tree line. "If you're playing some kind of joke, it's not funny." We pushed through the low-hanging branches of the pine trees, following what appeared to be a natural path through the undergrowth. The ground here was soft and spongy, covered with decades of fallen pine needles that muffled our footsteps and gave the entire area an otherworldly quality. We found Emma's jacket first. It was hanging from a low branch about 20 feet into the trees, the bright red fabric a stark contrast against the dark green of the pine needles. The jacket hung perfectly straight, as if it had been carefully placed there, rather than caught accidentally. "Emma," Justin's voice cracked as he called her name. Spencer reached up and pulled the jacket down from the branch, examining it carefully. There were no tears, no signs of struggle, no indication of how it had come to be hanging there. It was simply there, waiting for us to find it. "This doesn't make sense," Spencer muttered, turning the jacket over in his hands. "Why would she take her jacket off? It's freezing out here." We continued deeper into the trees, following what might have been a path or might have been nothing more than a gap between the trunks. The pine needles beneath our feet seemed to absorb sound even more effectively than the clearing had, creating a bubble of silence that moved with us as we searched. We found Emma herself another 50 feet deeper into the woods, and the sight of her froze the blood in my veins. She was standing perfectly still between two massive pine trees, her back to us, her arms hanging limp at her sides. She was dressed only in her t-shirt and jeans, her feet bare despite the cold ground and the scattered pine cones that littered the forest floor. "Emma?" I called out, but she didn't respond to her name. We approached her carefully, Spencer keeping the BB gun ready despite the obvious harmlessness of the scene. As we got closer, I could see that Emma was trembling, not from cold but from something else. Something that made her entire body shake like a leaf in a hurricane. "Emma, what are you doing out here?" Spencer asked, reaching out to touch her shoulder. The moment his hand made contact with her, Emma screamed. It wasn't a normal scream, not the kind of scream you'd expect from someone who was startled or scared. This was something primal and animalistic, a sound that seemed to come from the very depths of her soul. The scream echoed through the trees with impossible volume, seeming to come from everywhere at once. Emma spun around to face us, and what I saw in her eyes nearly made me scream as well. They were wide and wild, filled with a terror so profound it seemed to have stripped away every trace of the intelligent, thoughtful girl we'd known. But worse than the terror was something else, something that looked almost like hunger. "It touched me," she whispered, her voice barely audible after the volume of her scream. "It came to my tent last night, and it touched me. It's been touching me all night." "What touched you?" Justin asked, his voice gentle despite his obvious fear. Emma's eyes darted between us, as if she weren't quite sure who we were. "The thing in the water, the thing that lives under Hollows Creek. It wanted me to come to it, but I couldn't, so it came to me instead." She held up her hands, and in the growing daylight I could see that her palms were covered with a dark substance that looked almost like mud, but had a consistency more like oil. The substance seemed to shimmer in the morning light, as if it contained some kind of internal illumination. "It's still touching me," Emma continued, her voice rising toward hysteria. "I can feel it on my skin, under my skin. It wants me to come back to the water. It wants me to go down into the dark where it lives." Spencer raised the BB gun, though he had no clear target. "Emma, you need to calm down. Whatever happened, it's over now. We're going to get you out of here." But Emma shook her head violently, backing away from us until her shoulders pressed against the rough bark of a pine tree. "You don't understand. It's not over. It's never going to be over. It knows about us now. It knows our names, our smells, the sound of our breathing. It's going to follow us home." The way she said it made my blood run cold, because deep down I believed her. Whatever had visited our camp during the night, whatever had whispered our names from the darkness, it had formed some kind of connection with us. We weren't just witnesses to something strange. We had become part of it. "Emma, we need to leave this place," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "All of us right now." She nodded rapidly, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yes, we have to leave. But it won't matter. Don't you see? It touched my tent. It knows where I sleep, how I breathe, what I dream about. It's going to come for me again." Spencer stepped forward, holding out Emma's jacket. "Put this on. You're going to freeze." As Emma reached for the jacket, I saw her hands more clearly in the morning light. The dark substance wasn't just on her palms. It was under her fingernails, streaked along her wrists, smeared across her forearms like the remnants of some alien embrace. Streaked along her wrists, smeared across her forearms like the remnants of some alien embrace. "When did this happen?" I asked. Emma looked down at her hands as if seeing them for the first time. "I don't know. I don't remember taking my jacket off. I don't remember walking into the woods. The last thing I remember is going behind the trees, and then nothing, just darkness and that voice calling my name." She pulled on her jacket with shaking hands, but the dark substance on her skin left stains on the bright red fabric. Looking at those stains, I had the horrible certainty that they would never wash out, that Emma would carry the mark of whatever had touched her for the rest of her life. We made our way back to the clearing in silence, Emma walking between Justin and me while Spencer took point with the BB gun. The morning light that had seemed so welcoming just minutes before now felt harsh and revealing, exposing details I wished I couldn't see. The campsite looked different in daylight, more ordinary but somehow more sinister as well. Our tents and sleeping bags seemed like the abandoned toys of children who had wandered into a place where children weren't meant to go. As we packed up our gear with frantic efficiency, I kept glancing at the dark water of Hollows Creek. The surface was perfectly still, reflecting the morning sky like black glass, giving no indication of what might lie beneath. But I had the unmistakable feeling that something down there was watching us, waiting to see what we would do next. Emma moved like a sleepwalker, responding to our instructions but showing none of her usual initiative or intelligence. The dark stains on her hands seemed to be spreading, creeping up her arms like some kind of infection. "We need to get her to a doctor," Justin whispered as we finished breaking camp. Spencer shook his head. "And tell them what? That something from a pond touched her during the night. They'll think we're crazy." But as I looked at Emma, at the growing dark stains on her skin and the haunted expression in her eyes, I thought that maybe crazy was exactly what we were becoming. Maybe that was the price of spending a night at Hollows Creek. Maybe it took something from you, something essential, and left you forever changed. We were about to leave when Spencer made a decision that would haunt all of us for years to come. "Wait," he said, raising the BB gun and pointing it toward the water. "Whatever's down there, I'm going to give it something to remember us by." Before any of us could stop him, he fired 3 quick shots into the center of the pond. The pellets struck the surface with small splashes, disappearing instantly into the dark water. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the screaming began. The sound that erupted from the depths of Hollows Creek was unlike anything I had ever heard before or have heard since. It wasn't quite human, wasn't quite animal, but something that existed in the terrible space between the two. The scream seemed to come from everywhere at once, not just from the water, but from the trees, the ground beneath our feet, the air around us. Emma collapsed immediately, her hands pressed against her ears, her body convulsing as if the sound was causing her physical pain. The dark stains on her skin began to spread more rapidly, creeping up her arms like living things, pulsing in rhythm with the otherworldly shriek that filled the clearing. "What have you done?" Justin screamed at Spencer. But his words were barely audible over the continuing scream from the pond. Spencer himself had gone pale, the BB gun trembling in his hands as he stared at the water in horror. The surface of Hollows Creek, which had been mirror-smooth moments before, was now churning violently, as if something massive was thrashing beneath the surface. The screaming continued for what felt like hours but was probably only seconds. Then, abruptly, it stopped, leaving us in a silence so complete it seemed to press against our eardrums. The absence of sound was almost as disturbing as the shriek had been. Emma was the first to break the silence. She looked up at us from where she had fallen, her eyes wide with a terror that went beyond anything human minds were meant to process. "It's coming," she whispered. "Oh God, it's coming up." The water in the center of the pond began to bubble, small at first, then larger, as if something was rising from the depths. The dark surface broke apart into concentric circles that spread outward toward the shore, carrying with them a smell that made my stomach lurch, the stench of deep water and decay, of things that had died long ago and never properly decomposed. "Run," Spencer said, his voice cracking. "We need to run, now." But Emma couldn't stand. The dark stains had spread to cover her entire arms now, and were beginning to creep across her collarbone toward her neck. Her legs seemed to have lost all strength, leaving her crumpled on the ground like a broken doll. Justin and I grabbed Emma under her arms, hauling her to her feet despite her protests. She felt impossibly heavy, as if whatever was happening to her was increasing her weight, pulling her down toward the earth with unnatural force. "Leave me," she gasped, as we half-carried, half-dragged her toward the tree line. "It doesn't want you. It only wants me. If you leave me here, you'll be safe." "Like hell," I replied, tightening my grip on her arm. The dark stains felt cold beneath my fingers, cold in a way that seemed to seep through my skin and into my bones. Spencer led the way, crashing through the brambles that surrounded the clearing, without any regard for the thorns that tore at his clothes and skin. Behind us, the bubbling in the pond grew more violent, and I could hear something else, a sound like wet footsteps, as if something had emerged from the water and was following us. The journey through the woods back to the main path felt endless. Emma's weight seemed to increase with each step, and the dark stains were now visible on her neck, creeping upward toward her face like fingers of living shadow. Her breathing had become labored, as if the very act of respiration required enormous effort. "It's in my lungs," she wheezed, as we struggled through a particularly thick stand of trees. "I can feel it in my lungs, in my blood. It's everywhere inside me." "Just keep breathing," Justin urged, though I could hear the panic in his voice. "We're going to get help. We're going to figure this out." But even as he said it, I could see in his eyes the same terrible knowledge that was growing in my own mind. Whatever was happening to Emma, whatever that thing in the pond had done to her, it was beyond any help we could provide. We reached the main path just as the sun cleared the horizon, flooding the forest with golden morning light that should have been comforting, but somehow made everything look more surreal, more nightmarish. Emma's condition was deteriorating rapidly now. The dark stains had reached her jawline, and her eyes were beginning to take on a strange, oily quality that reflected light in ways that human eyes weren't meant to. "The bikes," Spencer panted, pointing toward where we'd left our bicycles the night before. "If we can get to the bikes, we can make it to town." But Emma shook her head weakly. "No, I can't leave. It won't let me leave." As if to prove her point, she suddenly became impossibly heavy, her full weight pulling down on Justin and me with a force that drove us to our knees. It was as if something invisible had grabbed her, holding her in place despite our efforts to move her. "Fight it, Emma," I urged, straining against the supernatural weight that seemed to be anchoring her to the forest floor. "Whatever it is, fight it." Emma looked at me with eyes that were no longer entirely human, dark oil swirling in her irises like miniature storms. "I can't fight it," she said. and her voice carried harmonics that made my teeth ache. "It's part of me now. We're connected. It's always going to be part of me. We're connected. It's always going to be part of me." Spencer had retrieved the BB gun and was looking back toward Hollows Creek with a mixture of fear and determination. Maybe I can distract it, draw its attention away from Emma. No. Emma's voice rose to a shriek that made birds explode from the trees around us. "You don't understand what you've done. You hurt it. You made it angry. If you go back there, it will take you too." The sound of wet footsteps was getting closer now, accompanied by a smell that made the air itself seem thick and choking. Whatever had emerged from the pond was tracking us, following the trail we'd left through the forest. "It's here," Emma whispered, and the dark stains suddenly spread across her entire face in a matter of seconds, covering her features like a living mask. "Oh God, it's here." The thing that stepped out from behind a cluster of oak trees was not something the human mind was equipped to process. It had a rough humanoid shape, but it seemed to be made of the same dark substance that had been spreading across Emma's skin. It was tall, perhaps 7 feet, and its limbs were too long, too thin, jointed in places where joints shouldn't exist. But it was the face that nearly drove me insane, or rather the lack of a face. Where features should have been, there was only smooth darkness, interrupted by what might have been a mouth, a gaping hole that seemed to lead down into infinite depths. The creature moved with fluid grace, its 2 long arms swaying as it approached our group. It made no sound except for the wet slapping of its footsteps against the forest floor. But somehow I could feel its attention focused on Emma with an intensity that made my skin crawl. Emma stood up slowly, and as she did, the supernatural weight that had been holding her down seemed to lift. But she wasn't moving under her own power anymore. She was being drawn toward the creature like a piece of metal toward a magnet. "Emma." "No," Justin pleaded, reaching out to grab her arm. But the moment his fingers touched the dark stains on her skin, he jerked his hand back with a cry of pain. His fingertips were black where they had made contact, and the darkness was spreading up his fingers like frostbite. "It's claiming her," Spencer said, his voice filled with a hopelessness I'd never heard from him before. "There's nothing we can do." Emma turned to look at us one last time, and for just a moment, I saw a flicker of the girl we'd known in her oil-dark eyes. "Tell my grandmother I'm sorry," she said, her voice carrying that same harmonic quality that made my bones ache. "Tell her I tried to come home." Then she was moving toward the creature, her steps synchronized with its approach until they met in the middle of the path. The thing that had been Emma Rodriguez reached out with arms that were no longer entirely human and embraced the darkness that had come to claim her. They merged together in a way that defied description, becoming a single entity of shadow and hunger before dissolving into mist that was absorbed by the forest floor. In seconds, both Emma and the creature were gone, leaving only the lingering smell of deep water and decay. Spencer, Justin, and I stood in stunned silence, staring at the spot where Emma had vanished. The dark stains on Justin's fingertips were no longer spreading, but they weren't disappearing either. Permanent marks that would remind him for the rest of his life of the moment he'd tried to save our friend and failed. We didn't speak as we retrieved our bikes and began the long ride home. What was there to say? How could we possibly explain what had happened to Emma, what we had witnessed in those dark woods surrounding Hollows Creek? The authorities were called, of course. Search parties were organized. Emma's disappearance made the local news, and for weeks afterward, volunteers combed through the forest looking for any trace of the missing girl. But they never found anything. Not her clothes, not her camera, not a single sign that she had ever existed. The official explanation was that Emma had run away, possibly to join a friend in another state. Her grandmother never believed it, but without evidence of foul play, the case was eventually closed and filed away. Spencer, Justin, and I never spoke about what really happened that night at Hollows Creek. We went back to school, back to our normal lives, but something fundamental had changed in all of us. Spencer lost his wild enthusiasm for adventure, becoming quiet and introspective. Justin's family moved away the following summer, and I never saw him again. As for me, I carried the memory of that night like a weight in my chest. a secret that grew heavier with each passing year. I went through the motions of growing up, graduating high school, going to college, starting a career. But part of me never left that clearing, never stopped listening for the sound of wet footsteps in the darkness. Years later, I married my college sweetheart, a kind, intelligent woman who reminded me in small ways of the Emma I had known before Hollows Creek claimed her. We had 3 daughters together, and I tried to give them the normal, safe childhood that had been stolen from my own friends and me. But sometimes, on quiet nights when the house is dark and my family is sleeping, I find myself thinking about Hollows Creek. I wonder if it's still there, still waiting in patient silence for the next group of curious children to stumble upon its secrets. I wonder if Emma is still down there in the dark water, transformed into something that serves the ancient hunger that dwells in that place. And I wonder, with a fear that has never truly faded, whether the thing that took Emma will ever decide to come looking for the rest of us, the 3 boys who witnessed its claiming and lived to carry the memory of its terrible power. The dark stains on Justin's fingers never disappeared, a permanent reminder of the price of our intrusion into places where humans were never meant to go. Spencer never picked up another weapon, haunted by the knowledge that his rash action had sealed Emma's fate. And me? I learned to live with the weight of secrets too terrible to share, the burden of knowledge that some adventures extract a price that can never be repaid. I learned that there are places in this world where the normal rules don't apply, where ancient things sleep beneath still water and wait for unwary children to disturb their slumber. Hollows Creek taught us all the most important lesson of our young lives, that some doors once opened can never be closed again, and some prices once paid echo through the years like ripples on dark water, touching everything they encounter and leaving nothing unchanged. The memory of Emma's final words still haunts me. Tell her I tried to come home, but the truth is, I don't think Emma ever really left Hollows Creek at all. I think part of her is still there, transformed and trapped, waiting in the darkness beneath the water for the next group of children to discover that some adventures are too dangerous to survive. And sometimes, in the deepest hours of the night, I can still hear her calling our names from the darkness, her voice carrying the same harmonics that made our bones ache with recognition and terror, the voice of something that was once human but has become something else entirely, something that belongs to the shadows and the deep places where light never reaches. Hollows Creek keeps its secrets well, but those of us who survived its touch will carry its mark until the day we die, living reminders of the price of curiosity and the terrible truth that some places in this world are better left unexplored. The woods have always called to me. Growing up, I spent countless weekends exploring the vast wilderness of the American Southwest with my father, hiking remote trails, pitching tents under the stars, sitting around crackling campfires, swapping stories. He taught me to love and respect the untamed beauty and primal energy of the forest. After he passed away, I found myself drawn to the woods more than ever, as if communing with nature helped me feel close to him again. So when my buddies invited me on a week-long camping and hiking trip in a remote corner of Apache Sitgreaves National Forest, I eagerly agreed. I had no idea that we would come face to face with something straight out of Native American legend, something evil. We arrived at the trailhead by late afternoon. Me, Jeff, Todd, and Mike. With heavy packs on our backs, we hiked in as golden shafts of sun slanted through the pines. The air smelled richly of earth, wildflowers and sap. Birdsong and the wind whispering through branches were the only sounds. 3 miles in, we made camp in a small clearing near a stream, pitching 2 tents and building a small fire. After cooking some hot dogs and beans, we sat on logs around the fire, sipping whiskey from metal camping cups. The sun slipped below the horizon and darkness gathered, pushing in around our little circle of flickering orange light. "Hey, any of you ever heard of skinwalkers?" Mike asked, his face half in shadow. We shook our heads. Navajo buddy of mine told me about them. They're these evil witches who can shapeshift into animals. "What? Like werewolves?" laughed Todd. "Come on, man, that's crazy." "No, I'm serious," Mike continued. They wear animal skins and take on their powers. Supposedly they can control weather, suck the life force out of you, even possess people, and they make this bone-chilling sound, like a human scream mixed with a dog's howl. Creepy as shit. A sudden crack from the woods made us all jump. Jeff chuckled nervously. Speaking of creepy, probably just a deer though. We sat silently for a moment, the night pressing in heavier somehow. The scariest part, Mike said quietly, is that skinwalkers look like normal people during the day. Anyone could secretly be one. Your neighbor, your friend, they only reveal themselves when they hunt at night. I shivered, despite the warmth of the fire. I'd always been fascinated by Native American mythology, but something about the skinwalker legend chilled me to the core. An evil that could hide in plain sight, posing as anyone, the ultimate predator. We turned in not long after, zipping into our sleeping bags. I lay on my back, gazing up at the canopy of stars glittering coldly in the black sky. The hooting of an owl echoed plaintively, and the fire popped as it died to glowing embers. Nestled between Jeff and Todd, I listened to their breathing slow as they drifted off. But I couldn't shake a deep sense of unease, Mike's words echoing in my head. I rarely had trouble sleeping in the wilderness, but now every nighttime sound, the scurrying of small feet, the groaning of trees in the wind, made me start. It was utterly still, but the night felt pregnant with some unspoken menace lying in wait. The icy stars seemed to mock our tiny spark of civilization in the clearing. I pulled my sleeping bag tighter around me. I'm not sure when I finally dropped into an exhausted sleep, but sometime in the depths of night, the screaming began. I jolted upright, heart pounding, unsure if I was still in the grips of a nightmare. But the terrified shouting continued outside the tent, accompanied by frenzied rustling. Unzipping my sleeping bag, I grabbed a flashlight and stumbled out into the frigid night air. "What's going on?" I yelled, my breath puffing white. Jeff and Todd emerged wide-eyed from the other tent. "Where's Mike?" Todd asked, his voice cracking with panic. We scanned the campsite, calling his name. No response. Then we saw them, footprints leading away from his tent into the woods, quickly obscured by swirling eddies of dead leaves. Unease thickened in my gut. I eyed the tree line warily, the beam of my flashlight seeming feeble against the immense darkness. Wind moaned through the branches, sounding almost like an otherworldly voice. "I'm going after him," Jeff declared, zipping up his jacket resolutely. I wanted to urge him to wait until daylight, but worry for Mike overrode my fear. Todd and I grabbed our own flashlights and followed Jeff out of the clearing. Immediately the temperature seemed to plunge as the forest swallowed us. We trudged on, calling for Mike until our throats were hoarse, trying to follow his tracks. An owl screeched and I flinched. The night felt malevolent, as if the forest itself resented our intrusion. My neck prickled with the uncanny sensation of being watched from the shadows. I thought of the skinwalkers and pushed down a shutter. Abruptly, Jeff halted. "Do you hear that?" We held our breath, listening. Wind susurrated through pine needles, and then, drifting from deep within the forest, a long, agonized wail that sounded almost human. Goosebumps erupted down my arms. "Mike!" Jeff shouted, crashing through the brush toward the awful sound. We plunged after him, thorny branches scratching my face. My heart rammed against my ribs and blood roared in my ears. The wailing grew louder, then broke off in an abrupt gurgle that sent ice water flooding my veins. We burst into a small glade and stopped dead, recoiling in horror. My scalp tingled as if my hair were standing on end. Mike lay sprawled on the carpet of pine needles, his throat torn open in a glistening red ruin, eyes frozen open in terror. His mangled chest looked as if it had been cracked apart by enormous hands. A cloying, coppery scent hung in the frigid air. Jeff made a strangled sound, a choked scream trapped in his throat. Todd bent double and retched. I couldn't tear my gaze away from the rictus of agony twisting our friend's lifeless face. Movement flickered at the edge of my vision. My head jerked up and I gasped, staggering back. There, at the edge of the clearing, crouched a creature out of nightmare. It had the body of a man but moved on all fours with a grotesquely boneless fluidity. Tattered fur clung to its body in patches, as if its skin were composed of animal pelts crudely stitched together. But its face, dear God, its face. The thing stared at us with luminous amber eyes that held no humanity, only a feral hunger. Jaws dripping scarlet unhinged to reveal jagged teeth. Mike's blood, a snarl bubbled up from its barrel chest, breath steaming in the icy air. It gathered powerful haunches beneath it. "Run!" I screamed. "Run!" We fled blindly, crashing through underbrush in absolute terror. Branches whipped my face and I stumbled over roots, breath sawing. From behind came an ear-splitting howl, a distorted parody of human and animal agony that shattered the night. The baying of the skinwalker. The creature was hunting us. And out here, miles from civilization, no one would hear our screams. My lungs seared as I sprinted through the black tangle of woods, heedless of direction, knowing only that to stop was to die. Primal fear propelled me faster than I'd ever run before. I could hear the thing crashing through the brush behind us, glimpse its shadowy form flowing over fallen logs and between tree trunks with horrifying speed. The sickening scent of fresh blood and wet animal fur mixed with the pine. Ahead, Jeff cried out as he caught his foot on a root and went sprawling. Todd and I skidded to a halt, hauling him up. The skinwalker howled again, so close its bloodlust palpable in the frigid air. We plunged onward, thorns raking our flesh, half sobbing with terror and exhaustion. "The campsite," Todd panted. "It won't follow us there, too close to the fire." It was a desperate gamble, but our only chance. We angled back in what I hoped to God was the right direction. My muscles screamed and my lungs felt shredded, but I pushed myself beyond all limits. At last I spotted the welcoming flicker of our dying fire through the trees. Putting on a final burst of speed, we broke from the tree line and stumbled into the clearing, collapsing by the embers. Sucking air, I whipped around to face the woods, terrified the creature would come lunging out at any moment. But the forest remained still, as if mocking our nightmarish flight through its black heart. The wind sighed almost like dark laughter through the pines. After several tense minutes, it became clear the thing wasn't going to pursue us here. I nearly wept with relief. What the hell was that? Jeff choked out between ragged breaths. "A skinwalker," whispered Todd. "Had to be." A shudder ripped through me at the memory of that twisted human beast face, those predatory eyes boring into mine. I thought of Mike lying butchered in the clearing and nausea clawed up my throat. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to block out the image. "We have to get out of here now," I said urgently. "Hike back to the trailhead tonight. Get help. That thing is still out there." Jeff and Todd nodded grimly. With shaking hands, we hastily stuffed supplies in our packs. I bent to grab my tent, and that's when I heard it. A soft rustle near the trees that froze me in place. Heart pounding, I raised my flashlight beam. Two glowing amber eyes stared back from the shadows, unblinking. My blood crystallized to ice. It had circled around and snuck up on us, using the woods as cover. The firelight reflected off glistening fangs bared in a feral grin, strings of saliva stretching between. An otherworldly growl rumbled from its chest. "Guys," I croaked. Jeff and Todd looked up an instant. Naked fear contorted their faces. For a long moment, we remained utterly still, barely daring to breathe as the skinwalker's luminous eyes held us paralyzed. Then it sprang forward, and absolute pandemonium erupted. Jeff and Todd bolted in opposite directions as the creature lunged into the clearing, all sinew and terrifying speed. It scythed toward Todd, and before I could even scream, his agonized cry rang out, abruptly cut short by a sickening crunch. I didn't wait to see the creature pull its blood-soaked muzzle from Todd's eviscerated corpse. I ran, an inarticulate animal cry of anguish and terror ripping from my throat. Blind panic annihilating all rational thought. I fled into the woods with no heed to direction, knowing only that I had to get away, that if the skinwalker caught me I would suffer the same horrific fate. The image of that soulless, distorted face was seared into my mind. Skeletal branches clawed at my arms as I blundered wildly through the snarled forest. My breath sobbed in my chest. I tripped and went sprawling on the carpet of pine needles, rolling down a steep embankment in a tangle of limbs. Winded, I fetched up against the trunk of a massive pine, the resinous scent filling my nose. And then, in the distance, the groan and roar of an engine on the wind. A jolt went through me, a road. If I could just make it to the road, flag down a passing car. Dragging air into my burning lungs, I pushed myself to my feet and staggered in the direction of the blessed mechanical sound, the sound of humanity, of potential salvation. The woods closed behind me like a malevolent fist. Every rustle and snap of a twig made me whip around in pulse-pounding fear. But the night remained still, the creature nowhere to be seen. At last I glimpsed a slash of moonlight through the trees ahead, an empty black ribbon of highway unspooling off into the darkness. Desperate hope flooded me as I crashed through the tree line and onto the shoulder, gasping. But the road stretched into the distance without a single headlight in sight. No rumble of tires on asphalt, only desolate silence and the cruel glitter of stars. I bent double, hands on my knees, dragging air into my shredded lungs. That's when I heard the soft crunch of pine needles behind me. An otherworldly growl that turned my blood to ice. Slowly, I turned. At the edge of the woods crouched the skinwalker, luminous amber eyes staring into mine, bloody jaws grinning. In a flash of horrible realization, I knew it had been toying with me this whole time like a cat batting around a doomed mouse. It had herded me here, to this lonely stretch of highway where no help would come, where it could take its time. I was completely at its mercy, and as it gathered powerful haunches beneath it to spring, I knew it would have none. The skinwalker pounced, and a scream shattered the night. My scream, as razor claws pierced my flesh. White heat, blinding agony, the stench of my own blood. Then darkness dragged me under like an implacable tide, and I knew no more. Awareness returned in throbbing fragments. Pain, burning lungs, the musty scent of damp earth, bitingly cold rock against my cheek. With a groan, I dragged my eyes open. Blackness pressed in, disorienting me. Was I blind? Panic knotted my gut before I realized I was lying in what appeared to be a shallow cave. Gray light filtered in weakly from the mouth a dozen feet away. I was stripped to my boxer shorts, the stone frigid against my bare skin. Memory slammed into me. The skinwalker attack, my friends' deaths, my flight through the woods. I lurched upright with a strangled cry, and instantly pain exploded through my body, my limbs shrieking. Looking down, I nearly retched. Ragged claw marks crisscrossed my chest, oozing blood. My left side was a mangled mess, deep gouges exposing the white of ribs. Bruises painted my skin in lurid shades of purple, and my right arm hung at a sickeningly wrong angle, clearly broken. The pain was excruciating, like being dipped in acid. But I was alive. Incomprehension clouded my mind. Why hadn't the creature killed me? The image of it crouched in the shadows, grinning with bloody teeth as it prepared to pounce, swam in my vision, and I shuddered. I scanned the cave, searching for a weapon, an escape route, anything. But there was only bare stone, a few animal bones scattered in the dirt. The cave mouth gaped 5 feet up a sheer rock face, too high for me to reach in my mangled state, especially with a broken arm. I was trapped, a wounded animal, in the lair of an apex predator. Time blurred as I huddled against the icy rock, alternately shivering and burning with fever. My injuries were grave, and I could feel myself weakening, my pulse fluttering frantically. The trauma of my friends' deaths and my own brush with nightmarish butchery left me reeling, sanity straining at the seams. I faded in and out of consciousness, waking from vivid fever dreams to the same unchanging tomb of the cave. In my delirium, I imagined I could hear their screams echoing off the rock, see their mutilated faces swimming in the shadows. Jeff, Todd, Mike, my best friends in the world, slaughtered. Outside, the light dimmed toward evening, and I tensed. Remembering the skinwalker's nocturnal hunt, I knew it would return with nightfall, though for what sadistic purpose it had left me alive I couldn't fathom. My injury sapped my strength to fight back. I was completely at its mercy. As if summoned by my darkening thoughts, a shadow fell across the cave mouth. I looked up to see the grotesque form of the skinwalker silhouetted against the dying daylight, crouched on the ledge. Luminous amber eyes bored into mine with a feral intensity that turned my bowels to water. The creature slunk down the rock face with a sinuous, inhuman grace and approached me slowly, savoring my terror, muscles rippling beneath its patchwork skin. I tried to scramble away, but my broken body betrayed me, collapsing in a humiliating whimper. Crouching over me, the skinwalker's jaws split in a demonic grin, strings of saliva stretching between jagged teeth. It lowered its face to mine until I could feel its reeking breath hot on my cheek. A menacing growl rumbled deep in its chest. Then it spoke, voice a distorted rasp that lifted the hairs on my nape. "Prey, caught you." I could only stare in paralyzed horror, my mind struggling to comprehend. This thing could speak. It lifted a twisted hand, tipped in talons, and slowly, almost gently, traced the side of my face. I shuddered at the touch, bile rising in my gorge. Prey tries to run. Prey always runs. I always catch. A sibilant hiss like laughter. No escape. The skinwalker leaned close, yellow eyes glinting with malice. "I hold your life now. Your friends died quick. You will die slow, in much pain." Tears leaked from my eyes, hopelessness crashing over me in a drowning wave. It was going to torture me, draw out my suffering for its perverse amusement. A choked sob tore from my throat. The creature placed a single talon over my lips. "Shh, save screams for later. We have much time." Rising fluidly, it turned toward the cave entrance. Icy dread flooded me as I realized it was leaving, abandoning me once more to this stone tomb with only my pain and the gnawing knowledge of the torment to come. In a final futile spasm of defiance, I croaked, "Why? Why are you doing this?" The skinwalker paused, feral gaze sliding back to me. "Because I can. Because your kind are prey. Deer, rabbit, boy." Its jaws split in that horrible grin. "I the hunter. This my forest." With that, it slipped from the cave, leaving me shattered on the floor, more alone than I'd ever been. The sun sank and night swelled. In the absolute darkness, the rustle snap of something moving outside the cave echoed like gunshots. I stared sightlessly, every sense straining, knowing my tormentor lurked mere feet away, watching, waiting. The night stretched to an eternity, exhaustion and pain pulling me toward unconsciousness, then jolting me awake in heart-pounding panic. The skinwalker's words echoed endlessly in my battered skull. I imagined my mother, my little sister, my friends, their grief when I failed to return from this camping trip. When the creature did slip back into the cave, I could only muster a dry rattle of fear. It stalked around me, taking its time, prolonging my anguish. I flinched at its rank animal musk, the crackle of joints moving in ways no human should. It raked a claw down my thigh, splitting skin. Testing. A whimper crawled up my throat as it sniffed the fresh welling blood. Then it sank fangs deep into my shoulder, and I howled, thrashing weakly as white-hot agony bolted through my body. The tearing of flesh, splintering of bone, my blood sheeted hot down my chest. The pain was cataclysmic, blasting apart my mind. I could feel the creature shudder in savage ecstasy. It released me, mouth dripping crimson, to collapse brokenly against the stone. "Scream for me, boy," it hissed. "Beg me for death." My vision grayed at the edges, but I bit my lip until I tasted copper, denying the thing its sadistic gratification. Even as my life bled from a dozen wounds, I clung to that last shred of defiance. I would not break. Through the long hours of torment that followed, I retreated deep inside a shell of pain, trying to seal my mind from the indignities inflicted upon my flesh. Time fractured and lost meaning between bouts of excruciation beyond limit. When death at last came for me as pale dawn light crept into the cave, the skinwalker crouched over my ruined body. I felt only numb relief. As it lowered its jaws to my throat, I stared into eyes like pits of amber flame and willed my gaze to show no fear, no pleading, only hatred. Then fangs pierced my jugular and an artery burst of agony, and the void swallowed me whole. They say violent death leaves a stain, a psychic scar upon the world. That night terrors linger, replaying an endless reel of trauma. I believe it. As oblivion peeled back from my consciousness, I found myself once more in the cave, but separate, incorporeal. A shade, empty eye sockets in a fleshless skull. I could only watch in mute horror as the creature fed in savage ecstasy upon my own cooling corpse, worrying loose gobbets of meat. With a shock, I realized I was seeing through the eyes of the previous victim, feeling the echoes of their last moments. Their terror, their agony, their despair, and then the presence withdrew, and I was alone. In the days since, other shades have joined me in this purgatory of stone, bound by a common atrocity. We relive each other's final torment in an endless, sadistic loop, fly-trapped souls ensnared by the skinwalker's malevolent power. Time is meaningless here, but I know campers will come again to that cursed forest. Young men like myself and my friends, drawn to the wilderness, and the skinwalker will hunt. I can only pray that one day, one of them will end its foul existence, or else an eternity of anguish stretches before us. God help anyone who ventures into those shadowed trees. The nightmares are real, and they hunger for human suffering.